What's up, everybody? Today, I got some more upgrades for my Axial Bomber, the 2.0. Got some some 2.2 intercos, the Super Swampers. They've been staring at me every time I go into the hobby shop, so I decided to just go ahead and grab them. These look decent enough, but yeah, I'm going to try the intercos. I also got an RC Lions sway bar kit with 0 instructions, no destruction manual. So this should be entertaining to put together. I was going to try to put this together before I went live, but that didn't happen. Slow Smashing, what's up, brother? How you doing today? But so yeah, you're gonna watch me struggle through this. It should be entertaining. I also got some hub extenders. This has hub extenders on it, but I don't know. I like my trucks wide sometimes, so just in case I want it wider, I got these. I got a white light for up here. I put my police one on there just to see if it would fit, and it fit pretty good, but you can't not make it flash, and it doesn't do anything but act like a police light. So I really want to try to get some night crawling videos soon. So I needed the white light. And last but not least, never having one of these things, it's been kind of a learning experience. On the last one that I did, the last live stream of the upgrades, I got the hot racing links for the Wraith, the Spawn 2.2, and they fit in the front, but they don't fit in the rear. I knew the trailing links wouldn't fit, but I thought maybe the top ones would, but they're about a ½ inch too short. So I got these from Hot Racing. These fit a Yeti. So again, learning experience. Apparently it's kind of a hybrid between a Spawn and a Yeti. Live and learn. So I think I may start off with the wheels. They tend to be my favorite thing to do. Hopefully this is working. I had some issues trying to set this up. I set up a Wi-Fi range extender because one of my live streams went really far, like way too long. So I put a timeline in the description, and I noticed on the playback, it kind of drops my audio a lot, and the video kind of glitches out every now and then. And I guess that's what I was seeing on my screen, was the flicker was, I guess, when it lost connection. So hopefully this extender gets rid of that. I'm hoping anyway. That's good. Slow Smashing says, I hear and see it good. That's awesome. Yeah, like I said, it said it was in 1080 when I see it, but it didn't look like 1080 to me. It looked like it barely looks 720, so hopefully it looks better now. My next goal is to get a camera mounted up here so you can actually see what I'm doing, instead of just having to stare at my ugly mug all the time. So, BMC RC Kid, what's up, brother? How are you doing? How's that capper treating you? And what do you got going on now? Brock Diesel, thanks for hanging out with me. Awesome. I'm glad that the Wi-Fi extender is helping out. So Brock Diesel says he just got a green X-Max yesterday. That's pretty cool, man. Did you get it new or did you get it used? Did you make the mistake I did and get a used one? Oh, I can't complain too much. I mean, I didn't pay a whole lot for it used, but man, the thing, I should have known better. I knew what the level of abuse it had been through, but I did it anyway. But it did make some interesting videos. I did learn a lot from it, and it turned into the what I call the Trash Max saga, the Trash Max to Super Max. So you got new unboxing on channel, brand new, no used. Yeah, that new is the best way to go. I ended up spending more money having to do the upgrades that I had to do to it just to get it to run at a decent level. If I bought it new, I probably would have spent less money on the stock parts that needed to be upgraded, but you know, live and learn. Slow Smasher says, "Oh man, what's up with the used X-Max?" I have them all in a playlist on my channel. But yeah, I spent a lot of time and energy on this thing. Lots and lots of upgrades. So go check it out if you want. It was quite the saga. I couldn't get it to run for more than, I want to say 3 minutes at a time before something would break on it. It was pretty bad. So BMX RC kit says good. It's actually SCX-10-2 Raw Builders kit that I finished. Why do I keep thinking that you were working on a Capra? I don't know. I'm getting old, you know. Don't worry, it'll happen to you too someday. Where did I leave off here? Brock Diesel, used is frightening when it comes to RCs. Yeah, I should have learned from watching a couple of my friends go through what they went through with some of theirs, especially when it comes to electronics. I think the funniest thing I ever saw was a Traxxas Slash ESC light on fire, literally. First time he took it out, plugged the battery in, and just sparks and shit everywhere. It was fantastic. I couldn't stop laughing. I just wish I had the camera rolling when it happened. Slow smashing. Got lucky. My used X-Max was mint. You know, that's the part that really annoyed me is 2 other X-Maxes became available used for like $150 more than what I paid, and the guy ran it twice. Why do you even? I couldn't believe he was selling it for that little in the condition it was in. Brock Diesel, I'll check out your past videos on your X-Max, bro. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, scroll through this. Oh, this trackball really doesn't work very well. Brock Diesel says, I'm trying to decide on my first crawler next, Gen 8 Wendigo, TRX4, or a Nitro Losi 8. Pretty sure a Nitro Losi 8 isn't a crawler, but if I had to choose between the Gen 8 and the TRX4, I don't know anything about the Wendigo, but the everybody loves the Gen 8. Personally, I have never owned anything Red Cat, but I have wanted a TRX4 for a very long time. I just haven't got around to getting it. That would be my choice, but a lot of people really love that the Red Cat, the Gen 8. Hot Rod Piper's with us. Shouldn't you be working, man? Haven't you been banned from the internet yet? Yeah, you guys. Yeah, if you really want to see an interesting saga, it was pretty annoying, but you'll learn a lot, especially if you develop a mystery clicking in your Xmax. It took me a while to isolate it and get it down. Slow Smasher says, "Yeah, hear ya. I'm getting old too. Yeah, man, I woke up the other day and I couldn't move my left wrist. Now, before your mind goes to where you obviously think to, I was moving a ladder around, picking cherries in my front yard, and I went to bed fine. I woke up the next day and I couldn't move my thumb. I for like an entire day, and then I went to bed and it was fine again. I love getting old. You just wake up with pains that you didn't have before you went to sleep. It's starting to really suck. 11 Charlie RC, what's up, brother? Thank you for coming by, hanging out with me. Yes, the X-Max was cursed for a very long bit. It wasn't just a fluke. I I I bring that up in the videos. The desperation I had with that used X-Max, I really thought it maybe needed an exorcism or something. I really was going to contact a priest at one point just to. She needed all the help she could get. Why can't I do this that way? That's so weird. Yeah, this trackball really sucks. Yeah, Rock Diesel. Yeah, it's not a crawler. I figured it wasn't. That's the T. They had a couple of those. Not Nitro. Well, no, I think they did have a Nitro one at our local hobby shop. I'm like behind on the chat here. I gotta stop rambling so much. So Rock Diesel says, "I'm saying those are the RCs I'm choosing from period." Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I would lean towards the TRX4. Slow Smashing agrees. He says the TRX is great as well. I don't know if you know 11 Charlie RC, but he'd probably know more about the TRX4 versus the Gen 8. Yeah, he'd say Gen 8 probably. Yeah, man, a lot of people love it. I wouldn't mind getting my hands on one just to kind of see for myself, but I haven't had opportunity to run one yet, unfortunately. Life is cruel. Yes, life is very, very cruel. My brand new Creighton 6SV4 was cursed brand new. You know, Hot Rod understands that problem, Brock. We got a Gen 3 Creighton 6S, and we had a lot of problems with it at first. It took us a while to get it dialed in, but now that we have it dialed in, it seems to be running pretty damn good. We don't have too many problems with it anymore. It just took upgrading almost everything, kind of like every other RC car that we have. We're not very gentle with our cars. Sometimes you got to move on when one is cursed. Yeah, I do think I exercised all the demons in it. She's very reliable now, and I love it. I mean, I don't complain too much. I asked for it, and to be honest, I like a challenge. So getting that thing up to par feels like quite an accomplishment. Slow smashing. Anybody thoughts on that associated DR10 car? 11 Charlie TRX4 Sport is a good rig, very capable. Got one coming, slow smashing. So 11 Charlie, you got a DR10 coming? That's pretty cool. Did you get the green one or the orange one? They actually had a green one at our local hobby shop, Remote Control Hobbies. I know Steve O'D's been looking for a green one for a while. I was actually kind of shocked when they had a green one sitting on the shelf when I walked in the other day. So you got the green one? That's pretty cool. Yeah, the TRX4 is definitely pricey. That's kind of been my big deterrent. If I did go with the TRX4, it would be the Sport. I don't think I need this dual speed transmission and the locking diffs. To me, that's just more stuff to go wrong. Rock Diesel says the green one looks sinister. I don't know. Being a Harley guy, I'm kind of partial to orange, in case you haven't really noticed. But I do think the green is kind of cool. Look, I did get green here. I also got all the upgrades I did on the X-Max for green. I think it just depends on what it is, what color I prefer. But I don't know. I'm just not into drag racing. I'm not really into speed runs either, to be honest. We've got the infraction, and we don't do too many speed runs with it. And every time we start doing speed runs with it, it ends up veering off course very fast into a curb. But we put million weight diff fluid in the center diff of the infraction, and I think that may have a huge part of the control problems that we've been having with it. I think having it pretty much almost locked, doesn't allow the power to transfer, slip where it's not gripping, all that other good stuff. Because when I put a locker on my Ruckus, it's two-wheel drive, and I put a locker on that, and it's miserable to drive in almost all the time. It's great for donuts and for just crash entertaining value, but for control, it really sucks. I think we're going to have to tone down the center diff fluid in that infraction. We'll probably get some better controllable speed out of it then. Plus a new servo. The servo stock is way too weak. You know that weird wobble you get with a weak servo when you hit reverse and your front end just kind of goes like that? That's what it does at 60 miles an hour going forward. Not a good thing. Brock says, me neither, just like to bash. Yeah, I like crawling. I like bashing. We recently just got into the whole crawling thing, and we kind of turned that into bashing. Someday we'll get into the proper crawling. But for now, we kind of just like bashing the crawlers along the trail. Which is why I got this. I'm really looking forward to getting this done so I can get this out. Just got a few more upgrades to go. So what I'm doing with this is the foam that comes with these Pro lines. When you go to clamp down, it really, I have a lot of issues with the foam here getting in the way and not allowing me to really clamp it down good. So on one of my other live streams, I literally struggled putting a tire onto a beadlock for like 20 minutes. It was pretty embarrassing. So somebody suggested to cut out that inner lip of the foam, and holy crap, so much easier. I wish I had thought of that myself. I kind of feel like an idiot that I didn't. Slow smashing, yeah. I just like bashing the street cars. We actually just got into streetcars too. I got a Kyosho Phaser MK2, the channel or the Charger. I think you saw that. Well, I was showing it to somebody. I don't remember who on my last live stream, but I got a Vitera V100, the C10. I think it's a C10. I don't know, the black Chevy truck. Yeah, I really like the Phaser. I put a I put a Hobby Wing 1080 in that sucker, and blew up the center drive shaft, the aluminum one. It turned into a wet noodle. I only run it on 2S now. I don't put 3S in it at all anymore. Raktiza, how many RCs down you own, bro? How many RCs do I own? I don't know. My wife may be watching, but it's more than 12 and it's less than 30. How's that? Is that a good enough answer? She may not know about some of them. Oh. Oh, yeah. So I only do the one side. That seems to be good enough for me. Although I should probably take a little bit more out than that. Best ever. Best answer ever. Yeah, I learned a long time ago. Be careful what you say. Somebody may be listening. That was actually from, I learned that on those X-Max videos. I had my wife. So when I do my videos and I edit them together, I get people's opinions of them, friends and family and stuff before I post them. And I had her watch it. And before I could hit stop, I talked about how much money I spent on the upgrades, and she just looked at me. She never said anything, and then I had to walk it back. I said, "Oh no, I was just exaggerating a little bit for the video," and she just shook her head and walked away. Yeah, always be careful. I put a box inside a box before my lady didn't know I got 2 RCs on instead of 1 at the time. Yeah, that's pretty funny. 11 Charlie says that would be my answer too. Yeah. It's kind of like when somebody asked me how many firearms I have. Enough? Well, no, like how many? I don't know. Name one. I'll tell you if I have it, or if I have something similar. Just to evade the question or the answer. So, but it's a lot worse we can be doing out in this world. Yeah, there's definitely a lot worse I can be doing out in the world right now. Believe me. And I've probably done most of it. So this hobby pretty much keeps me focused on something constructive and something positive instead of getting myself into trouble. Okay, that's one foam trimmed. I am on a roll. This live stream is going to take forever at this rate. I don't know what it is. As soon as I get on live, it's like I forget how to work on everything. Yeah. Definitely. Slow Smashing agrees. Yep, for sure, dude. Brock D's, amen to that. RC Charlie, definitely. Pros and cons of your Axial. Which one? I have the Bomber. I have 2 TRX4s. I have a Capra. I have a SCX 24. And my partner James has got the Trail Walker Senduro. I'm sorry, he's got a Element Trail Walker and the Senduro, the Wraith 19, the Wraith 22. And I want to say something else, but yeah, which bomb? Oh, the Bomber 2, the Bomber. I don't know yet. I've never run a Bomber. I imagine it's going to be similar to the Wraith 22 with the bigger tires and the wider stance, well, the wider axles in general. I think it's going to be meh when it comes to actually crawling. I think it's going to be entertaining to run, bouncing off rocks and stuff, maybe running it through some water. So I think for pros for speed, just being able to kind of bash it along the trail like we do with the Wraith 19 and the Wraith Spawn. But I think for actual crawling, I think it's going to kind of suck. I think it's going to get a little frustrating. I don't know if you're familiar with Sticky's RC, but he has been doing several upgrades to his Bomber as well, and he's actually got videos of him running it, and yeah, it doesn't look like a very good crawler. Rock bouncer for sure. So if you want to try to crawl with it, I'd say it's got a huge disadvantage there. That would be a con. Sean's RC Adventures. What's up, brother? Thanks for hanging out, stopping by, man. Hit the thumbs up, everyone. Yes, please. You know, I am terrible at self-promotion. I'm such a introvert and humble person. I don't know. I'm just terrible about that. Yes, please. Please hit the thumbs up. Please subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed. Brock Diesel says, I am curious about the Bomber. Yes, I think I was getting to that. But yeah, for the longest time, I wanted the Spawn 2-2. Well, the Spawn. But I wanted the black and green one. And they discontinued it as far as I know. You can't get it anymore. The Rock Razor Spawn. And I knew I should have got it. And I didn't. And then one day it was just gone out of the shop. And now it's not even listed as available online. And, you know, our guys at the hobby shop were telling me that, you know, sometimes they do that because they're changing out the electronics like the ESC or something, or even they'll discontinue something because they're changing the battery plug here. You know, so they'll discontinue it because they're changing this. Even though it's the same truck, they roll it out with another part number, basically, because it's got the newer plug in it. And it's been a long time. And that theory is pretty much being put to waste. Pretty sure they discontinued it for good, so I got the Bomber. Plus, they offered me a deal for it that I just could not refuse. So now I have it. I've always kind of wanted something similar to the Spawn. You know, like I said, my buddy James has got the Wraith 19 and the Spawn, and I see how much fun he has with that thing and just the abuse he puts it through. And I've wanted one for a while, and the one that I wanted isn't available, so I went with the Bomber. And I think it's going to handle a little bit better than the Spawn, from my understanding. Just the suspension set up in the rear. You know, the layout, the stance. I think it's a little bit longer than the Wraith Spawn. I'm not really sure. I haven't even compared the two, to be honest. Yeah, I'm curious about it as well. I'm hoping it's some fun out on the trail. Oh, I dislike these. I don't like it when they put the little little holes in here to vent the tires because I never seem to line them up right to get it closed. Plus, it doesn't seem to close all the way anyway. I can have all three open or slightly, I don't know, almost half of one. So, looks like we're gorilla taping this up. RC Voodoo. What's up, Mr. Voodoo? How are you doing today, man? Any progress on the interior for one of these? I can always send you this. I just really want the interior for one. I tried to do one myself, and I'm terrible at it. But I got some wrestling figures that I really want to stuff in there that I can't really stuff in there at the moment. I'm showing. Says now, working on a deadbolt for Wayne. I'm super swamped. Well, that's a good thing. That being busy is always a good thing. We were just talking about that earlier. How the hobby keeps me out of trouble, and several other people apparently on the chat this evening. Oh. Need my straight scissors. Am I allowed to say that anymore? Straight scissors, cisgendered scissors. I don't know. I can't keep track. Too many things. I like Gorilla Tape, but man, every time I use it, it just sticks to the scissors. And then they become useless. I mean, this has got to be the stickiest duct tape I've ever seen in my entire life. Of course, they would put 2 sets of holes, too. Sean agrees, says it keeps us all out of trouble. Yeah. I don't have to, well, I don't know. Definitely don't go that way. That's the other thing I don't really like about these. They go one way. But, yeah, I don't have to really worry too much about the law. It's not the typical trouble I get into. Trouble I get into is usually pretty self-destructive. Or just not healthy. I'll leave it at that. And no, it's not drugs or alcohol. So how's everybody's week going so far? I'm happy it's almost Friday. I'd be even happier if they came and picked our trash up 2 days ago when they were supposed to. I don't know what's going on with that. But my trash is just out there festering in 90-degree weather and all this humidity. It's I'm actually kind of scared to have to bring it back in towards the house. I think it's going to be a very unpleasant experience. Yeah, I really hate these. Hate may be a strong word, but man, I really hate these things. This type of beadlock. Because the way this sits, it looks like I'm going to have to trim the other side. Versus the metal ones, the normal ones I'm used to, I don't have to worry about that too much. All right, let's try that. So Voodoo, you said you're working on a deadbolt. Are you doing an interior for a deadbolt? Or are you just printing up other parts for a deadbolt? Some custom stuff, because I have a deadbolt too. I'm sorry, my wife has a deadbolt. I bought it for her. She's taken it out one whole time. She did have fun with it, but she's got some health issues, so it's not that she doesn't want to go out with it. She just hasn't really been able to lately, which really sucks. Sean says, but when the wife sees the new stuff, there can be trouble. Yeah. So James lives right next door to me. Literally. He's literally right next door, not like down the street. And every time I go away, I end up ordering parts for my RC stuff, and I just send it straight to his house. And she found out one day that that's what I was doing and got really angry. She's like, "You're hiding it from me." No. Then why don't you just send it to the house? Because you won't know if it's the right parts or not. If I send it there, he can tell me if I got the right stuff or not. That excuse worked for a while, and then my wife's not a stupid lady. She's actually very, very intelligent. She knows when I'm lying or fibbing. She's got a very good bullshit detector. Plus, every time I try to bullshit her, I can't stop laughing or smiling. That's my tell. So, yeah, she got mad, but not really. It wasn't about the spending the money part. It was just that I guess I wasn't telling her. Because she knows the destructive patterns I can get into. Oh, man, I want the dot on the other side. So, at least my wife approves of my hobby to an extent. She does get a bit upset about the amount of time that I spend editing videos and stuff, which is understandable. I mean, sometimes I think it's a borderline obsession, but that's just because I'm a perfectionist and I'm never happy with my videos. I just sit there and I keep doing it until I just abandon it and walk away. All right, that's good enough. I'm not doing any more. But how about everybody else? Is your spouse, significant other, or whoever in your life supportive of your RC hobby, or loathe and hate it? Because I've seen both. And to me, that just doesn't make any sense. You know, I've been married over 20 years now. And I watch people who get into relationships where their significant other really despises some of the things that their partner does. But that's who they are. That's what they're into. And if you supposedly love them, care about them, if what they're into isn't hurting anybody, then why would you have an issue with it? Never understood that. I don't tell my wife what she can or can't do. Not that I could if I had the ability to, but pretty sure the first time I would tell my wife that she couldn't do something, there would be severe laughter involved, and shortly after that, just total defiance. But we get each other. Oh, see where we at? Yep, interior. 11 Charlie says, I always tell my wife that RC Voodoo's fault. So you just blame everything on RC Voodoo? That's pretty damn funny. I have told her that some of my stuff was James. Where did that truck come from? I don't remember seeing that truck. Oh, yeah, that's because James got that. Oh, James got that. Yeah. Where do we go? Leave off at? Yeah, so you blaming RC Voodoo. Slow Smashing says, yeah, man, editing takes a long time. Dude, Slow Smashing, I've seen a lot of your stuff on Instagram, and I can only imagine how much time you spend sitting in front of a laptop or your desktop doing that. I know how much time I spend, but your style of editing I really like. I wish I had the patience to do shit like that, but damn, because you just take a whole bunch of stuff. I have a hard enough time with just like raw footage, chopping it in a linear fashion, as opposed to grabbing a video from here that was shot whenever, then I got all this other footage and you're just kind of mashing it all together. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I would go crazy. I'd like to be able to do stuff like that. I kind of did some highlight videos last year of a couple vehicles, and I haven't done any of that since. Of just basically kind of like a montage compilation from a bunch of different days and stuff. It's just way too time consuming. Once you get it all together on your timeline, for me, it's like the gathering everything together and knowing what clips you want to use and how you're going to kind of mash it together. So when you at least get it onto the timeline and you get everything chopped up to the bits that you're going to use, then it's not so bad. For me, it's getting to that point. That's the point that really bothers me about doing that style of editing. Levin Charlie says, or he blames Sean too. Sweet. Yeah, man, as long as you can deflect. Draw attention over there. Keep it away from you. Slow Smasher says that they are supportive. That's awesome. Eyes burning long. Yes. I have noticed ever since I started editing video that my vision is definitely getting worse, and it's definitely from staring at the screen for too long. I did get a gaming laptop though, because so for my job I sit in front of a computer a lot because there's a lot of downtime when I'm out in the field, and the only thing you have to do is watch movies, surf the internet. As long as you got everything else squared away, you got nothing but free time, and you're not going anywhere. You got nothing else to do. You could go to the gym, but I'm not a real gym guy. So I did notice the problem with my vision getting worse after staring at a screen for a very long time. And it's really the blue light I guess, has something to do with that. And I got these glasses that kind of filter out the blue light, and it did help a little bit. I noticed that my vision got a lot less fuzzy at the end of the day. Not that my vision is really that terrible, but I definitely noticed a difference. And when I did the research on what laptop I was going to get when I was upgrading, I ended up getting a gaming laptop that I'm using right now because it's got a red background. So there's a lot more red light, which kind of annoys me when I'm doing color correction. Color correction using this the screen on this laptop is horrible. I'll get it together and I think the colors look great, and then I put it on like a regular monitor and I'm like, wow, how did I miss that? How did that get messed up? That I'm not that blind, like, but it has kept my eyes from getting worse with that red backlight. Slow Smash says, I like your transitions on your videos. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I'm actually, so here's the thing about my transitions. I use Cyberlink, which is great for a lot of things, but when it comes to transitions, it's freaking horrible. It's the worst. I'm scrolling through Instagram and I have all these transition packs getting thrown at me. Dynamic transitions, these transitions, these transitions. And I'm like, oh, dude, that's awesome. I'd love to put that into a video. I'd love to be able to do that. And then I go to it. Oh, it's for Adobe Premiere Pro. Or I think Final Cut, whatever Apple is. I don't have an Apple. So I can never use them. None of them plug in. I have yet to find a program that allows me to use a third-party transition to go into Cyberlink that I could actually use it. And it really sucks. So I kind of have to invent my transitions on the fly using the transitions that are available in the library of Cyberlink. And I've learned a few tricks of how they kind of interact together. I really like the X-ray. The X-ray transition I can do a lot with, other than just an X-ray, like a fade out, like a negative. Because I started using the bars, the cinematic bars a lot, and I can put that transition in the bars, and it actually makes the screen do something different than if I put it onto the actual video itself. And I've kind of just experimented a lot, trying to make it look cooler, because my hands are tied when it comes to getting third-party cooler transitions, and it's really frustrating. Who else we got? What we got going on here? Kurt's RCs. What's up, brother? How you doing? Letter Charlie says, my wife is my VA caregiver, so she knows everything. I'm always in trouble. Yeah, there's a thing of giving too much information. That can always be an issue. Yeah, my wife pretty much knows everything. And the things that she doesn't know about, she pretty much already knows. She's, like I said, she's not stupid. We got Steve O.D. in the house. What's up, brother? Hope you're feeling better, bro. I got some funny news for you, kind of. I went into my hobby shop the other day, my local hobby shop, and they had a green DR10 body. They just got it in a few days before I got there. Did you ever get your green one in, or are you still waiting on that? It was good to see you actually get out there and get a video made, man. Sweet. So you did get yours. That's awesome. What was the problem? Was it on back order, or? I talk a lot to the owner at our local hobby shop about what's been going on, and yeah, it's been interesting. They when it comes to getting parts in, there's a lot of weirdness going on right now. they've been having some issues. But, you know, a lot of these things come in from obviously China and Taiwan. So the port of entry most of the time is in California. So that's where you got all your big distributors, you know, that ship it out to the rest of the country. And from what my understanding, it sounds like they're making the cargo ships sit offshore for 2 weeks once they get to the port. Even though they've been out to sea for a few months and nobody's sick on board, but they're still making them sit off port for a few weeks. And then once they offload their cargo, they're quarantining that. And I haven't got a direct answer as to how long they're quarantining the cargo for, but so basically everything's getting delayed by about, at a minimum, a month when it comes to getting in new supplies and stuff to distributors. So Steve says, yeah, the orange one was on back order. Green was in stock, so I canceled my orange order and brought the green one, which I wanted anyways. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you said you wanted the green one. But I thought you were waiting for the green one. Slow Smashing says green one is cooler. Yeah, that seems to be the trend in the I don't know what the hell you'd call that. The chat. Everybody seems to like the green one. They're kind of just naturally my natural contrarian nature wants to go orange just because everybody else is thinking green. For the longest time, we're working on. Everybody always says, "You going to bike week? You going to bike week?" Hell no. When all my fellow bikers go that way, I go that way. That's just me, though. I never considered myself a biker anyway. I just really enjoy riding. I need to get back into it more. But it's really hard because the last bike trip I took was in New Zealand. How do you top that? You don't, unless you go to some other country really cool like that. And so far, haven't had the opportunity. When I got to Panama last year, I thought about it because my wife and I went to Costa Rica years and years ago, and I was so super jealous when we got there, and it was all inclusive, so it was cool because we didn't have to pay for food in the resort, and we didn't have to pay for liquor either. But, you know, we did some research. I mean, this is all the way back in 2004, and we did some research, and everybody says don't rent a car. The roads are terrible there. Do shuttles and tour services. You know, they'll be able to get you anywhere you need to go, and you don't have to worry about it. Blah 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 blah. So we didn't. And then when we got there, we saw all these people on like enduro motorcycles riding everywhere. And we had done no research on that. And we had already booked all these things. So we were just kind of screwed. So I've always wanted to go back to like Costa Rica or anywhere in Central America and go go riding through there. But when I got to Panama last year, I just wasn't feeling it. It's a very long trip, and I just wasn't feeling it. Always trust your gut, especially on two wheels. I ended up only spending a day in Panama City anyway. After that 3-month trip, I really just wanted to get home. Oh, we're still squishy. That one's nice and firm. All right, what is this, a 2? Sturgis runs. Steve O.D. says Sturgis runs. I think if I were to go to a motorcycle rally, it would be Sturgis. Little known fact, fun fact, I was actually born in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And we moved to Wisconsin when I was about 5, 6. So I don't have too many memories of living in Sioux Falls. But I still have a lot of family in that area. So I would do Sturgis mainly for the sentimental value because, it's my home state. But I also have a lot of family there, a lot of family that I haven't seen in a very, very long time. I mean, there's family there that I have that I've never even met. So that would be another reason that I would consider Sturgis. But it would be a lot more than just the ride there. And I would definitely ride there from Maryland. I don't think I would trailer my crap. And then pull over 50 miles from outside of town and make it look like I just came off the old dusty trail. Kurt's RC. I don't like biker crowds at the big events. Too many people. Kurt's, yeah, I definitely agree. But that's kind of a default for me in general. I don't like big crowds pretty much at all. I don't really care who the crowd is. Like I said, I'm pretty antisocial, and I don't like being around groups of people. It makes me feel very uneasy. Some crowds are worse than others, I suppose, but yeah. I prefer to go solo or with a smaller group of people. I tend to have more fun in smaller groups of people. Slow Smash says, yeah, dude who sold me that V-Rod I had did Sturgis. He said he got like an auxiliary gas tank because the V-Rod tank is small. Yeah, the one is really small. I can't remember what year, but they actually made the tank bigger. And so I was a Harley tech. Yeah, I did it kind of backwards. I went to school for motorcycles, and then I went straight into the custom world. And I was there for 5, 6 years. Then I decided to become a Harley tech because I liked the gravy work, and I was putting in way, way, way too many hours working on custom stuff. So you never get back that time, and you never get paid for the actual amount of labor you put into it. It was a very rewarding job, and it was very frustrating at the exact same time. It was very bittersweet leaving to go become a Harley tech. But anyway, they came out with the V-Rod conversion kit for the for that small gas tank you're talking about. Man, they were a bitch to get in there. So you have a V-Rod. Do you see how the gas tank sits outside of the frame? because it sits under the seat. So, like, if this were the frame, you see how it kind of comes out a little bit and like sits out from. It doesn't sit flush behind the frame. It basically sticks inside of it. That's where they got a lot. Their bigger capacity. But holy crap, man! Trying to get that thing in there, I freaking hated those things. There were a few when we did the conversion to it. We actually had to shave down frame welds, just all kinds of stupid shit to get that thing to fit. But it did give you a better gas mile or bigger gas tank. Steve OD, that would be a sweet trip. Yeah, it would be. You know, I was fortunate enough to get my wife out there to meet my grandfather. Um, I hadn't seen him since Jesus. I don't even know when. And my dad's mom, my grandmother, she passed away while living in California, but she had the funeral in South Dakota. And long story short, there was some stupid shit going on. They had planned her funeral. And, you know, my dad asked me if I wanted to come. And I said, yeah, I'll go. You know, even though I didn't really know her, you know, I still wanted to go there, support my dad and my family and everything. But so I had made, you know, the flight and took time off work. Plus, it was an opportunity to get my wife out there to meet some of my family that she otherwise never would have had a chance to meet. Anyway, long story short, the funeral got canceled or delayed because I guess somehow my grandmother, while she was ill, had developed some skin eating disease, and I don't know what they had to do, but they basically would not transport her. So that got delayed by like 3 weeks. I mean, it was just ridiculous. I felt so bad for my dad. And while we were there, she actually got to meet my grandfather, my dad's dad. And he passed away not too much longer after that. So, yeah, I would definitely go back there again. It's weird having a very large family and you haven't met most of the people in it. It's a very strange feeling. Oh, wow, I got family there? Whoa. Same thing with my mom's side of the family. A lot of family there I don't know either. But they're kind of spread throughout the entire country. Oh, I really dislike these beadlocks. I pulled it too much and popped the bead. Do you hate when that happens? It was actually funny now that I'm thinking about it. My dad showed up on my first 2 live streams. And he was freaking trolling me. My own dad was trolling me on my own live stream. It was fantastic. Freaking jackass. Asking me why I wasn't doing this, why I was doing this thing that way. Oh, it was fantastic. Then my phone's going off, and I'm thinking it's somebody else blowing up my phone. And then after the live stream, I looked down, and it was him sending me messages about how to do stuff. I'm like, are you serious? Jackass. That was pretty funny. So when my mom or my wife got to meet Oh, my dad and that whole circus side of my family. It was very enlightening for her. So many things started to make sense. Drifter Dan. I forgot, Voodoo, you're getting into the drifting thing pretty deep, man. Pretty soon you're going to need waders. It's getting that deep. I really want to get into drifting. I just haven't had a chance, to be honest. Nobody really does it around us. Nobody really does it around us, and there's no drift courses that I know of. I mean, I just recently found out that there's another carpet track, but that's like all the way up in PA. It's like an hour and 20 minutes away. Man, this is not even circular. What is going on here? Oh, I hate these beadlocks so much. And I hate this. This just sounds like I don't know. Oh, beadlock broke. What the heck, man? I'm about ready to just get rid of these beadlocks. I've never been a fan of plastic beadlocks. Especially since I have these. You know what? Oh, I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to swap those out. What's going on here? RC Voodoo chilling, working on the RX-7 body. COD Voodoo's drifting. Yeah, right, man. It sounds like a fart desk. And it just, I don't even have to try. It just. So, Voodoo, you're getting close to finishing up your RX-7. That does look pretty cool. I don't think I've seen yours yet, but I saw them online, and they do look pretty cool. This piece of garbage. Oh, let's try this again. I found out why I had the thing misaligned. Another reason I dislike these beadlocks, or this style. Need to get the ball rolling here. Is everything better now? Are we happy? Are we a happy little tree? There we go. Kurt's RC, gotta go. See you later, all. Thanks for stopping by, Kurt, man. It's appreciated. I hope you have an awesome weekend, and I hope your week hasn't sucked too bad so far. I can't complain. My week hasn't been, other than lack of sleep, it hasn't been too bad. James likes to laugh at me. I got to be at work at like 7 a.m., and he'll come out let the dog out. It's like 2:30 in the morning, and I'm sitting outside. Dude, don't you have to be up in like 3 hours? Yeah. I don't sleep very good these days. I sleep really good on the weekends, though. Because I don't have to be up. I will sleep all the way till 3 in the afternoon with no shame. Slow smashing later, guys. Yeah, insomnia really does suck. So if you're out of here, brother, man, thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, that's all squished now. That's probably going to end up being a problem down the road. Oh, well. It is what it is. Oh, look at that. It didn't even grab it. Oh, my God. Yeah, insomnia sucks. This is what happens with insomnia. You mean you can't go an entire week on 8 hours of sleep and then expect to be able to do something articulate? What? What? Oh, I need more caffeine. I think that's what it is. Plus, it's really hot down here. I don't know why. I'm down in the basement. Usually it's pretty cool. But it's been so freaking humid the last few days. Like, disgusting humid. Even from Maryland. Maryland's always been bad with humidity, but, man. This last week has been particularly horrible. I hope this microphone is really picking up on all these squeaks here. I think it was Roadside RC that was talking about some new thing that people are into. The sounds of people eating. I forget what the hell it's called, but I don't know why it just made me think of that. Maybe because I have this mental image of this sound being really loud next to that microphone. Oh my God, did it clamp it this time? Okay, so the first time I had the rubber in the wrong spot, in one spot, and I couldn't just undo it. It had to pop the whole thing out. Second time, I misaligned the little notch. Oh, and the third time, I completely missed the rubber altogether. I'm on a frickin' roll here. You know, it's funny. Ordinarily, I would have had this done probably 10 minutes ago. As soon as I put the camera on, I turn into a complete retard. It's not looking round again. What the hell is going on here? I'm not taking them down too far. Okay. Making progress. Kind of, but that's still not round. That looks terrible. What is going on here? I think there's something squirrely going on here. Maybe it'll round out when I finish it off by hand here. Hopefully. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. No, that's right. Now I'm starting to second guess everything. Sorry, I actually have to focus on what the hell I'm doing for a second. Because I don't feel like doing this another time. I haven't even got to the sway bar yet. I think that's going to be the real fun challenge. Live. There may be some cursing involved. So just a heads up. Come on, man. What is going on with this? This is not round. It's like an oval. It looks horrible. Oh. I know what it is. It's from the end I ripped off. Oh, well, it is what it is. I don't know if you can tell or not or see it. Yeah, it's not very round. Ooh. Yeah, there's a slight issue with that. Versus this one, that's perfectly round. Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. At least I put the right tires on it. I have been known to remove the stock tires to put the new tires on and then put the stock tire back on. Magical like that. What did Steve say? Somehow I missed that one. Yeah, I gotta try to get some food down. I'll see you guys. Hit that like button. Oh, Steve, so you're out, bro? All right, man. Well, you're probably already gone because I missed your chat there. But I'll see you tomorrow night, Steve. If you're still on. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out, man. Hot Rod. I thought you were gone, man. I thought you were on interwebs banishment. I'm assuming your yep is in reference to me putting on the wrong wheels. I'm blaming you for that. You should know when I get into go mode, I just go. I need to be babysat and monitored. Or at least pointed in the right direction. Yeah, this humidity in Maryland here is killing me, man. I mean, my sinuses are bugging me. It's like, it's so muggy in my basement, and it's usually not muggy down here. I kind of want to open the window, but I'm scared to. Is it going to make it worse? Probably. Oh. Outages everywhere. Really? Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. See, no sleep really messes with your sense of time, too, because I guess that was last night all the thunderstorms blew through here, so that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. For some reason, I thought it was a couple days ago. Even though I couldn't fly my drone today at work, I should have remembered that because it was raining and thunderstorming there too. But yeah. I'm still not really sure about the legality of flying it at work there, but I guess I'll find out. My lights are flickering here, bro. But that may just be the stellar Harbor Freight extension cord that BGE ran from the pole to my house. Trees down since the lockdown is being lifted. All of a sudden, people have electrical issues. Well, I don't want to call. Yeah, I know I need to call them. I'm just honestly, dude, I am waiting for that tree back there to fall down and take out that entire thing. Just eliminate a lot of my problems back there all in one action. That tree, when it falls down, because you know it's going to fall down, it'll get rid of the problem that it causes on my garage roof. It'll get rid of the problems I have with my internet. And they'll probably get rid of my electrical problems too. If the tree was on my property, I would have chopped it down years ago, but it's not on my property. It's covered in ivy. It's a nuisance. It likes to drop little seed pods. They look like I don't even know what the hell they look like. They look like they're about the size of a banana, and they literally look like a pea pod. I don't know what kind of tree it is, but it drops those things everywhere, and I keep getting little sprout ups of that tree in my gardens, everywhere. I hate that tree. Already tired of people today? Dude, what time did you go in today? Did you go in at 3? I thought you were tired of people every day, though. So if you want to go bashing on Sunday, I assume that means you're working from 3 to whenever. You want to go bashing Sunday? Well, the real question is, do you want to go back to the desert at high noon, or do you want to go to the golf course? Because to be honest, I think either one's going to be kind of jacked up. You know they didn't mow the lawn at the golf course, and it's probably going to be wet still. And then, well, the desert is just a desert. Whoa. That thing shot out of there. Holy shnikes. 3 to whenever the next 3 days, 7 days. Yeah, I figured. That sucks. Well, plus it hasn't really been that hot out during this whole lockdown until the last week or two. So people are overloading the electrical system with their air conditioners running. I would know. I just bought 3 myself. But at least mine run a lot less now. It's amazing how well air conditioners that aren't 10 years old run. Much more efficient. Yeah, I think it took out plenty of foam there. Dude, I think I'm going to have to open the window. Been working 12s all week. Oh, that blows, dude. That means you're going to be there till at least 3 in the morning. Better you than me. Although if it makes you feel better, I'll still be awake at 3 a.m. Oh, man, what's going on here? Why is it got to be such a pain in the ass? Really despise these type of beadlocks. Yeah, that's never a good way to start it. Slightly askew. I thought it would pull itself over, but apparently it actually wants to grip the rubber now. There you go. Are you happy now? Of course you're not happy. You went too far. Frickin' bastard. There we go. If I can get out of bed early, yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to see how that goes. Mike said the school near him, desert sucks. I'm assuming you meant won't be wet at the golf course Sunday. It dries quick. Healthy grass sucks it up pretty quickly. Maybe. It's not so much the grass I'm talking about. I'm talking about those low-lying areas where Mike usually likes to land his E-Revo in. The swampy areas. Man, this thing is so stupid. I really, really despise these. Where's the tab? The tab's not even there. It was just lined up. I mean, the swamp area is always going to be the swamp. Oh, of course, when I repositioned it, I went to the wrong side. All right, let's start from scratch. Why does that not line up with that? Are you serious? Like, for real? For real, for real? Forever, ever? All right, does that work? Oh my God, can I move on with life now, please? Oh no. No, you may not. You really are in a good mood tonight, man. God. We haven't been to Double Rock in like 3 weeks. It's not my fault you're a biofeed bag. Oh, thank God it all lined up. You got to develop a toxic personality like me, and they don't want to chew you up. You know, mosquitoes don't bother me, but you know, I was thinking about it the other night after watching you and Crazy getting eaten up, and I think it's funny. Bees. Bees absolutely love me. I don't know what it is. They're obsessed with me. They love to land on me. Everybody says, "Oh, just leave them alone. They won't sting you if you just leave them alone." Bullshit. I get stung more than anybody else I know. And I don't even touch them. I just let them sit there and do their thing. And boom, they sting me. Every freaking time. I think I read somewhere once that if you get stung a lot, you're more susceptible to more stings. I think they... Oh, I don't know. I think it had something to do with... it's probably just some fake news conspiracy site, but when they sting you, they release a hormone, supposedly. And that's what triggers other bee stings in the colony. Is that pheromone, hormone, whatever the hell it is. So if you get stung a lot, you're more susceptible because I guess somehow they make that connection. It triggers them. Which would make sense. I got attacked by a beehive as a kid. Oh, that was entertaining. It was very traumatic. I started counting the bee stings when everything was said and done, and I just stopped counting after 75. I looked like I had the mumps or something. It was ridiculous. Or boils. I don't know. They're just like red, puffy. It was a mess. But thank God I wasn't allergic to them. Probably would have died. Either I pissed off Hot Rod or he's on blackout again. Maybe he's busy. He's probably just busy. Okay. Oh, you kidding me? It doesn't get any tighter. Oh, Jesus. It's lopsided on the one side. You gotta be kidding me, dude. I really, really don't like this style of beadlock. This plastic crap. You know, I said a few minutes or a while ago I was gonna go with the aluminum ones I have. I think I should have just did that. But oh, killing me, Smalls. I mean, it's bad enough that it's plastic. But then they got to put a tab in there. So you got to line that up. So you can select how many breather holes you want. I don't want any. Get rid of that crap. You know what? I should have just shaved the damn tab off. That's what I should have did from the beginning. So somewhere in the melee, something always gets misaligned just slightly. And then screws you over. Oh, don't come out too far. Man, why is that so tight? Oh my dear God. If I have to take this all apart again, I'm going to be very irritated. pretty magically amazing how well it wants to grip here. Oh, did I go too far? Of course I went too far. Ah, why wouldn't I go too far? Does anybody else love their plastic beadlocks as much as I love mine? Just out of curiosity. I mean, I really, really love them. Oh my God, all that just to come out that little bit more. You gotta be kidding me. You suck. Okay. I can't see. Yeah. I think Hot Rod's busy. Oh. Yay. Man, it's still lopsided. What the heck? Oh, I hate you. Hate you so much. Plastic, flexible garbage. Yeah. I'm going to have to get a real set of beadlocks for this. Where'd the other one go? I just had it. Yeah, I was going to go with these. Basically take the Hyrexes off of here and put them on. Put the Intercos on here, but the more I think about it, I don't think these rims here are going to last very long bouncing on rocks. So I may keep these on standby for the Capra when I want to convert it back to a rock monster. Now that I actually have a stronger battery, I can try to run it on 2.2s again and see what the difference is. I had a very weak battery in it to begin with, and the 2.2s did not do it any good at all. But we'll see what happens. I never know how much is too tight with these plastic beadlocks. It's like they kind of want to keep going, and I kind of want to just keep sending them, but I know at some point I'm going to rip something apart. So I have to tell myself to stop. Whoa, man, where are you going? Lights are flickering again. I think it's just my AC kicking on upstairs. I think these basement lights and that AC unit are on the same circuit. Because I know there's other air conditioners up there kicking on and off. They're not causing it to flicker. Okay, I'm 3 down. 1 more to go. Let's see if I can make this one the least painful. Something tells me it's not going to go my way. Man, what the hell? Just give it up. Oh. So who do I still got on here hanging out? Another one bites the dust. I think I'm about opening that window. I think it might make it a little more tolerable down here. Oh, there goes my curtain. Not a very good curtain rod. It seems like it's okay. I can kind of feel a breeze coming in. Sticky's RC, what's up, brother? You're kind of just in time. Does this look familiar? Yeah, I'm almost done with the bomber. Well, for now. I haven't even taken it out to run it yet. I have to be done with it at some point to at least get it out to take it out for a run. And I think I'm there. My tape. Yeah, the sway bar kit. It's the same one you got. Yes. Yes, it is. I actually forgot you said who made it, or you told me or something. I'd actually go back to your video. So if anybody's out there watching, he's kind of doing the same stuff. I mean, he's doing different stuff, but it's the same thing. It's just updating the bomber for the most part. His is actually running, so if you don't know Sticky's RC, go check out his channel and you can see this running. Mine will be running soon enough. Stickies, did you put your stock rims back on? Because I really don't like these things. I don't remember if you changed your wheels or your tires or not, to be honest. I just put another set of new shocks on mine. The Broom Racing PBs. Yeah, I'm going to stick with the stock ones for now. I don't have shocks built into my budget at the moment for this thing. So I'm going to stick with the stock ones. Yeah, it's RC Lions. I've gotten a few things that are RC Lions. They're not the greatest quality, but they're not the worst either. So I'll give it a try. I'll pretty much give anything a try at least once, maybe twice. So far, I've been pretty satisfied with RC Lions stuff. Like, it's not the greatest, but it's not the worst either. So you have a set of Amazon wheels with the stock tires. Okay. I was pretty sure you changed something, but I couldn't remember what. I thought maybe you kept the stock wheels. These terrible, terrible abominations. I really hate these things. This plastic crap just gotta go. I don't have another set of Beadlock 2.2s. I do, but they're James's, and I don't want to I don't want to take another set of wheels from him just to put on here. Although it probably would have sped up this entire process. Oh, I despise these so. Yeah, open up my window for some circulation, and the kids next door start screaming away. This is a noise canceling headphones, so hopefully it washes that stuff out. Oh, I'm gonna go extra paying attention-ish on this one. I just want to get these done. Grub screws are kind of sketchy in the arm. All right, well that's good. Good to know. Nice thing about the stock wheels is how they hold the tires. The wheels I got were a fight to get the tires to stay in the bead. 2 of my tires still have beads bubbling out, but I ran it anyhow. So, did you just get like an Amazon brand of beadlocks? I mean, I will give it to these stock ones. They definitely, once you exercise the demons of getting everything lined up, lining up everything, and they do hold it fairly well. Better than you would expect. I really dislike them. That's just my personal beef. I'm not a big fan of plastic, really, in general. If it's metal and I can put it on without causing damage someplace else, I will always go with metal. Oh, come on, you want to do it. Ah, thank God opening that window actually did make it less stuffy down here. I can actually breathe again. Says, yeah, the RC Lions, but I have a set of SSD that the tires did the same thing on. Huh. Tires need a bigger lip to grip onto. Interesting. I haven't had too many problems with some of the aftermarket stuff when it comes to beadlocks. So far, anyway. Except for that first live stream. But that had more to do with the foam in the tire than the actual rim itself. But even with only the clamping force of the 5 screws in the center on that Capra, it's been holding pretty well. And that was a really generic off-brand. It was so generic it was a rebrand of a generic brand. I'll just leave it at that. I have no idea where they came from. It would be if like Ghoul RC, if you went out and bought a Ghoul RC anything and then rebranded it something else, that's how off-brand they were. But so far, they're working pretty damn good. I really just got them because the price was right and it had the steel ring I really wanted that extra weight. at all four corners, and so far it's paid off really well for the Capra. It says these are the first tires I had this problem with. I thought it was the wheels, and I tried the SSD, and they did the same. When I start comparing to Hyrex, the lip is much smaller. Yeah, I have noticed that some of these Pro lines have different lips. Like even the lip on this is a hell of a ton different. So this was the stock tire. This lip is monstrous compared to the stock one, which is why I keep pinching it along here. When I'm going to put it on, I have to keep an eye on it and keep kind of pulling it out, because as soon as I let it get misaligned, I got to clamp it, and it sucked it in, and you can't pull it out. As soon as you go to do that, it pulls out the entire thing. That happened to two of the tires. Good times, good times. Is what it is. I could cry about it more, but nobody will care. I have a set of those. I ran them for a while on my Element and never had a problem. Now they're just waiting for another build. Yeah, I'm starting to develop a lot of spare parts from stuff that I tried, and I ended up going with something better or something different down the road. Yeah, stock tires are the opposite problem. As soon as I figure out which tire I'm going with, I'll swap them out. Yeah, there's a very, very, very small lip on these. And it's very flimsy. Like, this is a very, very soft rubber compared to this one. This is much thicker. It's thicker, it's bigger, and it seems like it's made of like a more, I don't know, firm rubber. It's just a lot more meatier than these. These are very, very soft. I think these would actually work really well as a crawling tire, but I plan to be bouncing this off rocks, so I wanted something a little more. I wanted better traction too. James ended up getting a set of these once, and we haven't looked back on them yet. Intercos have been very, very good to us with the stuff that we crawl on. We go in a lot of water, a lot of rocks and dirt and stuff, and so far they've been pretty badass. So stickies, I had a question. So then, which ones? So I went with the Hot Racing trailing arms. I saw the ones that you got, and it would have taken another week for me to get them. So I ended up going with these green Hot Racing ones. Is that the one you're talking about with the grub screw? Are you talking about the grub screw in these bad boys here? Because I'm about to start this crap now. I'm done with the wheels. Oh, freaking humidity's killing me. Yeah, these, you know, I got a set of these, the Hyrexes, obviously in 1.9s for the SCX-10 too, and I really like the way they performed over the stock, and we ran Hyrexes on a lot of things for a while, and then he went and got a set of these, and I mean, you can see the difference in the tread pattern. But with a lot of the stuff that we crawl on, you know, when that tire flattens out, you get a lot more meat to hook when you're going up like rocks and stuff. The problem with these is, you see how this is already rounded? I haven't even run this tire very much. I love the Hyrexes because they had this, they typically have that, on the corners, that tread would stand up taller, but it wears down too thick, and then or too fast, and then once it wears down, you lose a lot of traction. Because when it gets flat, you can see how it kind of goes to an angle. So that edge, I don't know if you can see it. Basically, that edge that you have that was flat, when the tire flattens, when you're trying to go up something, this footprint that you have goes like this, and you're only running on half of the tread, versus this, when it flattens out, you're getting all that meat right there from here to here, and it hooks really, really well. But yeah, so far I'm starting to run these on everything now, until I come across a better performing one. They strip really easy. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, so probably here. 4.19 Super Swamper on my Komodo. Who makes the Komodo? It's the one RC Basher Boy's always talking about. G-Made, that's what it is. Yeah, that's kind of, I wouldn't mind trying one of those too. It looks interesting. We've had a few G-Made products. Not too many though. Mainly tires. But yeah, G-Made. That might be something to look to in the future. But I got to get my TRX4 before I do anything else. All right, so we're going to open this sucker up and see how terrible this goes. You know, just for entertainment value here, I didn't even bother to look up how this thing is supposed to look assembled. I have an idea of how it works. Where is the fun and adventure in that? Lots of small parts. Gonna break out my mag mat. Oh, and hopefully this stuff isn't too cheaply made so it actually sticks. It's a great kit. Are you referring to the sway bar kit, or are you talking about the G-Made Komodo? If you're just joining us or watching this, after I've already completed this live stream, I don't have gas. I swear, it's my elbow. That's what that is. Just so you know. I don't have bowel problems like that. Not yet. I'm not that old yet, I'm going to keep the plastic stuff in here. Man, Stickies, there is a lot of freaking small parts in here. So I'm assuming that these go in here somehow. And that looks like it's reverse threaded. Or no, maybe that's a regular thread. Oh, this looks like I just signed on for something very painful here on the live stream. So I think I'm gonna have to look this up just to see how this looks. Let's see. Can I do this? Just gonna let me do this. Why did it do that? So the G-Made, laugh out loud. Komodo double cab, one of the best bang for the buck kits I have seen. It comes with everything except electronics. So you were talking about the Komodo. Sway 66. What's going on? How are you doing this evening? Hope you've had a awesome week so far. Thank you for hanging out with us. Oh, Gas Man, you're referring to this. Yes. Took me a minute there to figure it out. I'm a little slow. Avil Valentin Riviera. Did I pronounce that correct? I hope. Thank you for hanging out, joining us this evening. I hope you had an awesome week too. The white spacers will come in handy. The arms hit the cage unless you space it out. Even then, it hit at full bottom out also slightly. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to look up what this looks like. And for some stupid reason, I had to change my display settings real quick. I need to get this up here. I got my TV to the right of me so I can actually read this stuff. Yeah, why are you not doing that? You should be doing this. I don't. What are we doing here? Oh, I have to look it up. Multi-display. Piece of crap. Rearrange multiple displays. Yeah, we can do that. Let's do that. So, what, do I have to go to the other side? No. I don't know. Hopefully my computer doesn't go ape crap here. I'm not even, I give up. So anyway, I got my TV hooked up to or my laptop hooked up to a computer so I can actually read the comments and stuff because I need glasses to be able to see it that far away. Sway 66. Oh, Sticky's RC. I'm going to jump onto Tank stream, my friend. I'll get the bell clicked. So whenever you are streaming, I'll join in. Sweet, man. I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, I forgot that Tank streams on Thursday nights, but it just happens to be what schedule works for me so far. So I'm going to keep running with it. I don't think I'm going to take anybody away from him anyway. So, but yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. I'll figure this out, or I'll probably just give up and walk away. Sway 66. I've got two bombers. What's the big difference between the new and the old? Rock lights and knuckles. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know much about the old bomber to begin with. I don't know if there's anybody in the chat section here that may know, because I certainly don't. I did watch a few videos on it. I want to say it's the same axles. Yeah, I'm not even going to humor pretending like I even know, because I know zero about the old bomber. Absolutely nothing about it. Other than this is the Bomber 2.0. Sean says, "Yeah, I'm going to jump as well later on." Awesome. Thanks for stopping by, Sean. It's always appreciated. Someone's blowing up my phone. Yeah. Again, thanks for stopping by, man. I will see you guys on Friday night. Well, tomorrow night. So yeah, tell everybody I said hi. Yeah, bro. I have no idea what the difference is between this one and the old one. If you went over to Tank Stream, I bet they would be able to tell you, to be honest. Tank's a pretty cool guy. He knows a lot. Way more than I know. Yeah, I don't pretend to know everything. And if I really don't know anything about it, I'm not even going to pretend to know anything about it. But I need to see a picture of this sway bar kit. All I need is a picture. And I asked to type like that. I'm going to use my phone instead. All right. What do we got? What do we got? Axial Bomber, sway bar kit. I just need a picture of it on the truck. Give me an idea. Oh, look at that. Integ makes one, and they have a picture of it. Isn't that nice of them? Okay, so that goes over that. So we got these two. Looks like this is very confusing. So I got the turnbuckles. Integ's is slightly different than this one. So I'll assume that that goes there like this. That still doesn't make much sense. Okay, so these screws, this is a tapered screw. So it looks like these go here. Oh. Yeah, like I said earlier, I was going to look this up before I try to do this live, but I didn't have time. All right, Sean, man. Yeah, thank you. You are awesome for stopping by. Sway66 says it's cool. Looks to me like lights and updated Knuckles. I do remember somebody saying something about Knuckles. And I'm pretty sure they didn't have lights on the old one. But I thought there were a few other changes. I think maybe this tire mount. I don't know. I don't even want to embarrass myself by not knowing or just showing how much I don't know. To be honest. All right, so what do we got? This goes across here. All right, so if these go here, this comes up here. So that must be the grub screw that he was talking about. So these are going to go here. I was always good at solving puzzles, and that's kind of what this is to me right now. Because even with this Integ picture, it doesn't tell you much because it's completely different parts. As you can just see the general shape and purpose of it. All right, so those are the grub screws he said were easy to strip, so we will take it easy on those. Maybe clamp down on that a little bit. Assuming I need that on the outside, but I could be wrong. Does that machined edge go inside or outside? I think it might go that way. Well, we'll do each side a different way, and then we'll figure out from there. All right, so these are on. Then it looks like, yeah, it's got to go on the outside because there's no way that that will fit that way. And I may need to get my bench vise up here. I'm still confused here. I mean, am I missing a part? Because if this goes here like this, and this goes in here like that. All right, here's my arms. Sway66 says, I'm using Vanquish sway bars on my bombers, so I can't be much help. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally looking at this. This is hilarious. So this is the only picture I can see of it, of a different type. And you can kind of... Anyway, whatever. So this one's completely different. I've got two turnbuckles here. Yeah, and then there's two additional pieces on here, which I'm assuming are these two mounts up on the top. Because I guess the Intigi one has an aluminum one up here, four up here. But yeah, I'm kind of just trying to put a puzzle together. You think they could at least send you a picture, like a diagram? I mean, God, even IKEA does that. So my shot goes here. Yeah, this is going to be very entertaining. So then what mounts? I mean, it feels like I'm missing something. Because I don't understand. Unless this just goes across here. And then that pivots. I think that's, maybe that's what it is. Let me see something. Yeah, that can't go through there because it's freaking, the drive shaft's in the way. Yeah, I feel like I'm missing something. Unless I'm just that ignorant. Because how does that mount to the back? Back here. So does this go here? If that goes here, and this latches onto here. Okay, now it's making sense. Kind of, but slowly. But I still don't get what these screws are for at all. Because if that's the... Unless maybe this is for multiple trucks. Yeah, the turnbuckles will attach to the axle. Yeah, to the axle? Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured that part out with the fuel tank, but I'm just trying to piece together all the parts that I have here, and it doesn't, it's not computing yet. So if I've got this here, because I've got the turnbuckles, and I've got the stud for the turnbuckles, But then I've also got tapered screws that look like they go here. So does the turnbuckle go into the screw? No, it's too small. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what these screws are for. Doesn't make any sense. So if I have that go through there, and I stand this off here, yeah, this is very confusing because the turnbuckles studs don't go through here either. But the screws go through here. Unless these turnbuckles are different sizes. Nope, don't fit. Nope, don't fit. Nope, don't fit. Nope, don't fit. I'm wondering if this fits multiple stuff and they just send you everything. And tell you, have fun figuring it out, fella. It's kind of the impression I'm getting. Unless maybe I don't need the turnbuckles at all. I may not need the turnbuckles at all. Maybe this just goes into here. Yeah, but that doesn't work because that just stops the suspension from traveling. Yeah, none of this makes any damn sense. That just keeps it from moving. That keeps it from moving. So does the turnbuckle? Okay. I am just that dumb. All right, so the turnbuckle goes into here. It's all making sense now. It's all making sense now. So these go together with the stud. This drops down into here. There's a screw that holds this together or holds this in place here, like so. So you got a turnbuckle in here. Then this turnbuckle on the other side goes through here and is mounted with another screw. I'm happy I figured it out. Now I just need to get it together. One of my favorite tools in the world, bench vise. I just need a hammer to go with it, and I'll be very happy. Okie dokie. Uh-oh. There's a Richard East in the chat. The screws are there just to screw with you. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I'll be home tomorrow. Actually, no. I am doing a video tomorrow night, and I don't know how long it's going to take. You know, it's funny. Were your ears burning? About an hour ago? I was actually talking about you. Sway66 says the turnbuckles attached to the axle link perch. They have 3 positions and attach at the top. Yes, I figured that out. Um, I I haven't really. People told me I wanted to get a sway bar for this, and I just ordered one that was available. And I did zero research before I went on live here to figure it out. And actually, what's cool is this hot racing one looks like it has more positions for me to be able to put it into, which is nice. So yeah, I did figure it out. Thank you for the input, but I figured it would be more entertaining if I just didn't look at it before I went on live because, you know, reasons. This is how my custom motorcycle career went most of the time. Guys would come in with bags of parts. I got this really cheap, and the guy said everything's there. Yeah, I bet he did. So it was like a challenge every time just to see what was missing to stuff that we had no idea what it even was and what it would take to actually get her running. Sometimes I miss those days, sometimes I don't. So I decided when I got this kit that I wasn't even going to do anything. I just wanted to hammer away at it, figure it out. And it didn't take too long, to be honest. But if you hadn't seen one before, it would be very confusing. Or if you didn't understand how it worked. It says that's the trail and get arms in your hand. To the axle link perch. Yeah, up here. Oh yeah, you're right. I haven't slept in like 3 days. Yeah, you're talking about up here. Okay. Well, I was close then because I honestly thought that this went in here like this, down into here. I didn't realize it went up here. But okay, thank you. I would have figured that out eventually, but I appreciate the heads up. Make my life much, much easier. Ah, where was I? Turnbuckles. I'm trying, Sway. I'm trying. I'll eventually get it. Even if you have to beat me in the head with a hammer, I'll eventually get it. I prefer to beat myself in the head with the hammer most of the time. Where's my other turnbuckle? Did it run away? Oh, there we go. Oh, man. I hate when that happens. I hate when my turnbuckles go on lopsided. All right. These look fairly even. One is slightly shorter than the other. Although I don't think it's really going to matter that much, but it might. Oh, too far. Lack of sleep will do it to you. Yeah, I don't sleep much when I'm home. I sleep better when I'm away on my business trips. And usually by the end of the week, I get really, really delirious. Like the simplest of things become complex and complicated. So you ride a custom street glide. You know, I think that's going to be my next motorcycle. I've wanted a street glide for years. I've never been much into the baggers to begin with, but I've always liked the street glide. It's kind of a bagger without being a bagger. I think I might be over analyzing the length of these things just a little too much, but we're spot on there. Okay. Moving on. So, looks like this goes here. That goes through there. And as Sway says, this goes into here. Not on the trailing arm. Yeah, where do I want it? There's a bunch of different spots. So is that going to go? Okay, I see what he was talking about with the spacers. Yeah, that's kind of messed up. That is just slightly askew. So if I put it into that position, now the real question is, do I want that to be able to move? Wasn't into baggers until rode. I wasn't into baggers either till I rode on one on a long trip to Daytona. So you took a long trip to Daytona, and that's when you decided that you liked the baggers. Yeah, I still draw the line at the Ultra Classic. I probably will never, ever own an Ultra Classic. I think I could do a street glide with a pizza box detachable tour pack, but I'm not a big fan of the tour pack in general. So do I want that on the... Nope. Can't go to the inside. Not enough room. So I need to go to the outside, which means that needs to be stood off of that side. So I am going to attach this to this. So I got a whole bunch of different spacers here. I mean, there's a ton of spacers here. If I can just get this mounted, I'll be happy, and then I can fine-tune it later. So apparently I can't use a spacer here because the hardware is not long enough. So you said a long trip to Daytona. Where did you start from? because Daytona from where I'm at here in Baltimore, I think is about 13 hours, maybe. I don't know. When I go down south, I tend to fly pretty damn fast down 95, except for certain areas of Virginia because their ticket prices are ridiculous. Ridiculous. So then I guess the other question is, does this go to the outside or the inside? Because it could go that way, or it could go that way. Too many choices here. And just not enough information. Okay. Let's see how this looks. You know, it's funny. I watched Tony on CCRC struggle with one of these last week, I think it was. Except he had a different kit. So I really didn't learn a whole lot from it, but at least I don't feel as stupid now because it is a bit confusing the way that you have to just kind of guess at where they want you to put this stuff. And I think I have it figured out. So I'm going to need a spacer. All right, first off, I'm going to have to put this one together too. So if I get these two together, then I can get a better idea of how much space I need to space that top bar out under the gas tank. Oh my God. So Sway says no Ultra Classic either. So basically saying you don't want Ultra Classic either. I'm only 54, still too young. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever be into the tour pack, to be honest. It just adds so much weight to the top of the bike. It makes it feel very unbalanced. That's why I really like the Street Glide. You know, everybody says, "Oh, it's an old man's bike. It's a bagger." Yeah, but it actually performs a lot better than, in my opinion, a Softail. It just handles so much nicer. You got a very low center of gravity with it. It's a heavy bike, so you feel firmly planted on the ground. It's just a nice bike to ride. I love the Street Glide. So, yeah, holy crap. Oregon to Daytona. Yeah, that's insane. I'm assuming you actually made that ride. You didn't just trailer it and then stop somewhere a few miles north of Daytona. I was talking about that earlier with somebody else. The trailer queens, basically. They show up to Bike Week after they park their toy hauler down the street and act like they just came in off the dusty road, dusty trail. Man, you didn't ride here. Hey, you know, I mean, I can't really knock that either because, to be honest, if my wife and I, so my wife rides, and if we ended up getting back into it again, you know, we used to take trips all the time. You know, I've got two Sportsters, but she's got health issues now, some serious ones, and her riding time is very limited. So I'm not completely knocking the trailer queens. I'm just knocking the ones that sit there and try to pretend like they just came off the dusty trail, like they just rode the freaking 5 days it takes to get there. Well said. Comfort all the way and kick-ass looking ride. Yeah, it's got a lower slung seat, so you feel like you're riding in the motorcycle. Unlike the Ultra Classic, it's got that big pillow seat, and you feel like you're riding on top of the motorcycle. So it puts your ass way up here. It's got a higher center of gravity because of that tour pack in the back. It's just I mean, I still whip around an Ultra Classic like it's a sport bike, for the most part. It's actually funny when I would take customers' bikes out, they would get a little concerned at my riding, but it's not fun to ride. It's work. The Street Glide is just smooth and fun to ride. So I need to figure out just exactly how much frickin' space I need here, which means I'm gonna need this kind of tight, but not too tight. I do like how they left this here for me. I don't know if you can see that. Probably not. But there's like a nice little spike on here, like they forgot to finish this metal, like they stamped it or just broke it off or something. I don't know. Not very refined looking or feeling. I keep stabbing myself in the finger with it. Okay, so there's set screws in there. Maybe he's talking about those set screws. I guess we're gonna find out. So does that go that way? Well, obviously it can't go that way because that's just going to hit the shock. So it's got to stick outside. And if I hit that top one, it's going to hit there. Okay, so it has to go into the middle one. Otherwise, I'm hitting the frame. So I'll go ahead and put the hardware through there to keep that secured. Maybe. Maybe. What is that, a 2? 2.5. Tight fit. If you see me messing up again, Sway, feel free to chime in. He says, yes, I rode it all with buddies, all the same, 3,000 plus miles. Yeah, man, that's hardcore. Um, the when I got my first Harley, it was a Sportster. I got like a piece of metal stabbing me in my stomach here, like a splinter. It my first Harley, a Sportster. He says now I get it. Thanks to the way that's the way the Vanquish mounts look. I'll figure it out eventually. Eventually, but yeah, when I first got my Sportster, that was my first Harley, and I was so stupid excited. I first thing I did was I rode to Vermont. I'd only had the bike for a week, and I ended up going all the way to Vermont. My wife was actually there on an internship at Middlebury University. So I went up there to surprise her. I didn't even tell her I was going. Which probably could have ended up bad because she was leaving to go to this yoga thing, and she wouldn't have been home. I have no idea who's calling me right now. I think it's a telemarketer. Whatever. They can leave a voicemail. Oh, you know what? That may have been Hot Rod. Hot Rod, was that you? Are you still on here? Maybe. He his job, they black out his internet in the vehicle or the cellular service. I might have to go with this one. So Sway, this seems very rigid. Like there is no flex in this rear at all now. Just even with this one kind of mocked up. It basically just goes up and down. Like, I guess that's the point of this. It seems kind of restrictive, though. No, okay. Yeah, still got it. It's just, it was a funky angle with the shock there. All right, so I think I'm going to need this size spacer. Which will work. Where's my 2.5 bits? I kind of want to call this number back to see if it was him. If not, we're going to find out if it was a telemarketer. No answer. Maybe it was a telemarketer because nobody's answering. Thought maybe it was Hot Rod on his work phone. He says, "That's it, brother. Stiff." Yeah, it's pretty stiff, all right. I honestly didn't think it would make that much of a difference. But apparently it does. I'm used to motorcycle suspension. Completely different animal from this type of stuff I'm working with here. I like that. That looks good. So I need a spacer the same size. See if this works. Get this in there. Get that in there. Need my 2.5 again. No more torque, twist on the front axle under acceleration. Yeah, that was the thing I was reading about, and a couple people were talking about, like Sticky's RC was talking about it, and yeah, I wanted to get rid of that. In a nutshell, I was told without this thing, the truck basically runs like it has swamp ass. Like it just really all over the place and horrible. Okay. That's good and tight. This is good and tight. Make our connection here. All right, so I do have a little room to offset this, so it doesn't have to be so stupidly tight. So it's cool because you've got some set screws here in this block right here on the frame. There you see it. So you got set screws here on the frame. Then you got set screw here on the sway bar. So you got two places that you can anchor it, which works really nice. Instead of just relying on one anchor place or spots on the bar itself. Something tells me that that would not be too sturdy. But this looks pretty good. This feels nice and even. Yeah, I'm learning a lot working on this truck. Don't know much about the old Bomber. I really don't know much about it at all. We really haven't gotten into crawling until the last, oh, I don't know, 6 months. Most of the time we're just bashing and causing mayhem. But crawling has become a very relaxing part of this hobby, which I never thought that would happen, but it has. Oh, that's so messed up. Can't quite get there. Got a shock in the way, and I've got a body in the way, or body panel in the way. I can kind of creep down through here. There we go. Oh, now I'm stuck. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go through and do some Loctite on this later. But for now, I just want to get it together. Okay. It'll run even better without the spare tire and cage extension. Yeah, I agree. But I kind of want to run it with it just a few times, just to see how terrible it is with it, if that makes any sense. Plus, I think it kind of makes it look really scale and cool. So we're still hitting the frame back here, and it doesn't look like I can extend it out too much further because I'm running out of shaft here. I'm running out of pole. Yeah, I think I kind of screwed there. I think it's about as good as it's going to get. Unless I swap these over, flip them around. No, because then the screw's still going to hit. Or this nut's going to hit it then. Huh. Says I like crawling side of RC too. Yeah, it's very relaxing. I actually have a lot of fun just tinkering around with these crawlers, to be honest. Taking them out is relaxing too. And it definitely doesn't hurt your wallet as much as bashing does. That is for sure. I don't like how that hits that frame though. Is that part of the extension? Can I just... No. Yeah, it really bottoms out and hits that. I don't know how you're supposed to fix that with this. Like, maybe take it out a little bit more? Maybe? But I don't think you can take it out that much further. Wow, that already came loose. So yeah, we're definitely gonna have to put some Loctite on that sucker. Once I get it mocked up. So if I take it that far out, it's still gonna hit. It's not like it really moved it that much. My thing is though, is even if I do reverse that, it's still, this nut's gonna hit right into the frame. think it's supposed to be like that. I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what? Let me try it. Let's see what happens. Did I go far enough? No. Of course I didn't. All right, so if I come to this side, go up in here. Wait a minute, that's the same way. I need this one. Be able to reverse it. Now we're smoking. And if I stand that off to about there, hey, look at that. So it does go that way. I thought the nut would hit there, though. It does pull it out a lot more. Huh. It's very interesting. All right, so does that spacer work? Would you look at that? All right, so does that work over here too? Maybe a 2.5. The nut goes towards the center. Which aesthetically pleasing makes sense, but to me, I thought it would hit the frame a lot faster than the actual arm would. I guess I was wrong. Shocker. All right. Yeah, it still seems a bit weird though. But yeah, it clears it. Look at that. Now we have proper suspension travel. That's crazy. But it just seems like it's still off. So it looks like I might have to change this position too. Probably. So I need my 2. So I think it's pulling it too much. Maybe if I change that geometry, won't feel so off kilter. Yeah, that feels much better. Now it still pulls it out though. Let's try this side. Looks better. I don't think it is better. So I need to pop this off. Go into this lowest position. So if I have that like that, it seems like it lines up a little bit better. Oh man, I'm an idiot. I went the same. I did the exact same thing. No. Yeah, see now I'm hitting again. Back to the drawing board. Maybe I do need to have this on the outside. I don't know. It just seems in that position with this here like this, it naturally wants to be on the outside of it. Which makes more sense to me, but am I getting closer again? I'll figure it out eventually. Before my street glide, I was riding a rigid with a suicide shift and drag bars. Talk about a wild ride. Yes. It took me a while to get into the suicide shift or the jockey shift, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, once I started doing it, I really did enjoy it. And what was funny is at the dealership, none of the other techs would ride a jockey shift or suicide. They were all scared of it. I was never really scared of it. It just never looked fun to me until I actually tried it a few times, and I was like, this is freaking awesome. I love this. Oh, why did I wait so long before I tried it? Yeah, they had customers at the dealership, and they oh, you have jockey shifts. Oh, you got suicide. Yeah, they wouldn't take them in. Like techs were scared to ride them. Not all of them, but they definitely did not want to work on them very often. Okay, I think I figured it out. I like that better than it was. At least it seems better than it was. I don't know. I'll figure it out once I get it out and running it. But for now, it doesn't seem too terrible. Yeah, they really do not want you to get in here. These body panels. It's frickin' killing me. Alright, so I guess I can loosen these back up. Because, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about it, but these pivot points, or these set screws here, you can't use the clamp down because you're using a set screw on the bar itself. But it does work to help mock it up, I guess. I don't think I like the way that this mounts to this bar. It's just a little set grub screw, set screw. There's not a lot of meat on there. I may have to upgrade to a better sway bar at some point. That mounts a little bit better. Okay, I'm happy with that. So that's the position I need that to be in. So I'll go ahead and tighten this down. And I'm thinking about doing Loctite, but I don't think I want to do it just yet. Sway66 says they are fun. Yeah, I can understand why people would be scared of it. Like having to operate the clutch with your foot. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that could be a deterrent when you're on two wheels and you come to a stop. It did take a little getting used to. You know, having always been able to plant both feet on the ground when you come to a stop, and then you start riding that and you can't. It freaks some people out. They're not really comfortable with it. But once you get over it and get used to it, it is pretty fun. I kind of miss it. You know, honestly, that's like the one thing I miss the most about working on custom stuff was just being able to ride such a variety of different types of things. Because yeah, I mean, we mostly worked on, you know, American style V twins, you know, like Big Dog and Iron Horse and Titan. But you know, guys had other bikes too, different types. You know, they come in with their custom choppers one day, and then they'd be in with like their Aprilia or Ducati the next week. You know, we didn't work on them, but they still had them there. And if you're nice enough to people, and they trust you with their chopper investment and basically their life to build them stuff that doesn't kill them, they'll let you ride whatever they got. And I rode a lot of different types of motorcycles working there. Same way at the dealership, I somehow became a state inspector. And then started doing all the damn appraisals for all the trade-ins. Oh man, how the hell did I do that? So, you know, people come in and they want to trade in something for a Harley, and I got to take it out. I got to assess it. I got to do basically a shakedown just to make sure that it wasn't too much of a pile of crap that we couldn't resell it. And if it was that much of a pile of crap, how much would it cost to get it good enough to go off to auction? Good times. Got to ride a lot of different motorcycles that way. I just really like riding. I really don't care what it is. If it's got two wheels and an engine and not a piece of crap, I'm down. I'll ride whatever. You better Loctite the grub screws in the arms so they'll back out on you. Yeah, I expect them to. I'm going to go through and redo that. At this point, I just want this mocked up. I think I'm going to have to do some more adjustments, some fine adjustments on it. Because it still just seems off to me. So I'm still going to be messing around with it. So I don't want to Loctite it and then end up stripping it out by trying to take it apart again. I'm not going to be running it until I actually do Loctite it. Yeah, it's like this turnbuckle seems too big to fit in here at this angle. It's very strange. Maybe I'm just not used to it. I don't know. Come on, you can do it. There you go. All right. I'm not hitting. That angle doesn't seem to be too horrible on the bar. Something does seem off, though. And I guess I'll figure it out along the way, but I gotta do the arms. My trailing arm. And there are a lot of spacers here, so it makes me wonder just how many different things I'm gonna have to play with to try to get this a little bit more square. Because it's like the arms coming off like this. But I really don't see any other options. Yeah, I'll fine tune it later. But at least I got it mounted. I know how it goes now. And if that's just the way it is, I can always upgrade it to a better one down the road. Oh, says I love riding too. Been doing it all my life. Yeah, me too. Literally. My dad was actually just on here in the chat a few minutes ago, and well, not a few minutes ago. I don't know. He was way up there, but he yeah, he used to put me on the handlebars of his. I think he had a Cowie way back in the day, and he would put me up on the handlebars and piss my mom off by doing wheelies out in the parking lot. I'm like 2 years old, hanging out on the handlebars of the bike. It's freaking hilarious. Probably explains a lot about the way I am. Yeah, motorcycles have been a huge part of my life, my entire life. What the heck? What size is that? Is that a 1.5? Why would they put a 1.5 in there? It's not cool, man. Frickin' bastards. Yeah, my last motorcycle trip was in New Zealand. I'd been away for roughly 3 months, maybe a little longer. It was a very long trip, and Well, for me it was at that time. But it was worth it because I got to New Zealand and that was all I wanted to do. I ended up riding I could have got the BMW Adventure Series, but I decided against that because I went with the Yamaha, the Tracer MT. Well, it wasn't an MT-09, but it was basically an MT-09. It was a Tracer 900, and it has the Yamaha crossplane engine in it, the MT-09 engine, which is just a fantastic engine. Sounds awesome. But it had more torque and more horsepower than the BMW, the G series. I think it was the G series. And what the hell am I doing here? Yeah, okay. This one goes here. There we go. And I rode around on that in New Zealand for about a week. I think I put 2,500 miles on that bike. Wasn't too bad, comfort-wise. I've definitely ridden more comfortable, but oh, you're kidding me. I gotta take this whole thing off again. Oh, you suck. Oh, tubular frames. At least all the screws are the same length. Man, that's some tight plastic right there. Does that need to come off? Yeah, that needs to come off. Did I read that right? Did you just say a Build Taco? First bike I ever rode was a Bull Taco. You probably never heard of them. Yeah, I have never heard of a Bull Taco. That is for sure. That would definitely be one I'd remember. A Bull Taco. I'm going to have to Google that just because. Is that like a Honda Monkey bike? Bull Taco. I'm getting all kinds of restaurants, but oh, yeah, it is a mini bike. I'm getting warmer. Yeah, okay. That's pretty cool. You know what's funny is that that looks awfully familiar. So, can you believe that? A Honda Mini Trail 50, 1970. This guy wants $3,800 for it used on eBay. Sad thing is, I'll probably get it. Bull Taco. I don't recall that name, but that bike looks very familiar. And when I was living in Wisconsin, there was a guy that had one of those. Looked very similar to it. This was probably back in, I want to say early 80s. Anyway, we had the soccer fields behind our house, and they would tear ass through the fields there with one of those. And that was like one of the first motorcycles I got to ride myself. I do remember that. Whether or not it was a Bull Taco, I don't recall. But it certainly looks just like it. All this just to get to the trailing arm, man. I know this is the upper link. Oh, there goes my shaft. I dropped my shaft. So I try to use the Wraith spawn links, and they're like a half-inch short. I was kind of upset about that. It is what it is. Yeah, I have them over there somewhere. I'll just use them as spares. That's funny. A Bull Taco. How the hell? Yeah, it's got to go like that. That doesn't make any sense to go that way. Nope. Makes more sense to sit this way. So that's what we're going to run with. Yeah, I always wanted to get my hands on a Honda Monkey bike. I always liked those things. Even when I was a kid. Kid or adult, I always wanted one. Yeah, that is a tight fit. And we'll do the next one. I'm starting to run out of steam here. Not from this, just everything in general. So you had a 1978 Bull Taco, huh? Yeah, that 1978. So the first motorcycle I ever owned was a 1972 CB 125. I basically, oh no, you know what? I lied. It was a YZ80, and a friend of mine, it was the biggest piece of crap. He had um the front wheel, the inner tube was blown out, and he basically stuffed rags into it, so there were rags in the front tire. So I kind of learned how to control an out of control motorcycle really quick with that issue. And the sprocket was stripped out on the engine case, and some jackass welded it to. It was basically a big giant turd. That was the only way I could afford it because they gave it to me. His dad gave it to me, so that was my very first motorcycle. And I learned a lot trying to get that thing to keep running. I mean, I did all kinds of really stupid, dangerous things on that, and eventually, I came across another friend who had a CB 125, and I traded in the YZ80 for that CB 125 because for some reason he couldn't get the points to work. I don't know why. Points have never seemed to really been too much of an issue for me, even when I had no idea how to work on them. I literally just sat there. I took the timing cover off and I played around with it, seeing how it worked. And I just kind of started playing with the gap. And 4 hours later, it was running. And I rode that thing a lot. I rode that thing a lot. And then it finally blew up. But I really missed that 72 CB 125. To me, that was really my first motorcycle. I don't really think the YZ80 counts. Need the... Is that a 2.5? It is a 2.5. Where the hell is my 2.5? Never have the bit that I need. Rags, yeah, I'm not even joking. To this day, I can't believe I rode that bike. um, the worst part is that the rags would come out. They would come out of the sidewall, because it's just rubber sitting there. It's nothing's holding it in place along the bead. So the rags would come out and they would get tangled along the forks. And next thing I know, the rag would pop out and it get tangled up and it's fucking head over heels straight into whatever was in front of me. It's fantastic. Fantastic life learning experience. Because it always happened at the most inopportune moment in time. Eventually, I started anticipating it, and when I could see that it was happening before I was able to stop, I learned how to control a motorcycle with a locked up front end, which is a very valuable skill to have, by the way, especially if you ride them every day for a living. Because I have had a few motorcycles, I'd be working on them, or I'd be doing the appraisal or something, and it didn't seem like that big of a piece of crap. It'd be a bit older. I took it out on this one in particular on a test ride. It was a Hayabusa, and it just looked like a piece of garbage. Everybody's like, "Oh, have fun on the Busa. Don't kill yourself going too fast." I'm like, "No, I'm not going to be going too fast on this bike. That's for sure." And the brakes, at first I thought I ran out of gas because the engine just started really bogging down. Anyway, long story short, I started doing an endo, and the front end became very unresponsive. The moisture that was in the brake line started to boil, and when it boils, it expands and it closes those calipers very, very abruptly sometimes. It had never happened to me before, so I really didn't have a frame of reference. I mean, once that front end, or once the rear end started coming up, I kind of gathered that that's what was going on, but he's still kind of trying to analyze the situation. But luckily, I was able to get it under control and bring it to a nice, safe stop alongside the curb. And I don't think if I had that Yamaha, I would have been able to do that. All those times when I'd have to deal with it just became second nature. I don't think you ever forget certain things like that. Rode one of those Honda Mini Trail 50s till I got the Taco. Yeah, I've always wanted one of those, man. I really have. I still do. I would ride the shit out of it right now if I had one. God, why do they do this? They make it like just too big. There we go. Stop being an ignoramus. Oh, and of course I took my 2.5 off. I see how it is. Always got to be a pain in my ass. Yeah, I don't really care as long as it has two wheels and an engine. I will ride it at least once. If it's a piece of crap, I won't ride it again. But being in the industry for so long, I always found it fascinating that people who profess to be so into riding motorcycles, like ride or die. All right, but you hate every motorcycle except for this one. Why so brand specific? Every motorcycle offers a completely different type of experience. Why would you want to limit yourself to one type of brand? And it goes all ways. I don't care if it's Harley Davidson versus Yamaha versus Honda. You know, I got friends that are into sport bikes still. You know, despite their older age, they're still out there racing around those things like they're freaking 10 or 15 years old still. Like, man, it hurts when you hit asphalt. I'm done with that shit. But that's all they're into. They refuse to ride anything else. I don't know. Life just seems too short to me to limit yourself to only a very specific type of experience. Those little mini bikes were awesome. I'd like to have one myself. Yeah, they had a 3-speed transmission, didn't they? If I recall. That was the part I liked about them. You could actually shift gears. That's freaking sweet. Little 3-speed gearbox, if I recall. Missing something here. There we go. I have been on for 3 hours and 28 minutes. I gotta try to get some sleep tonight. Maybe I should just start doing these live streams like stupid late. So you're in Oregon, so that's only like 10, 9, 8, 8 o'clock there? 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock? Can never remember if it's 3 or 4 hours. I think it's 4. Okay, we're getting closer. Take this 1.5 off here. All right, so I'm not crazy. It does have a gearbox in there. Yeah, there's a lot of things. So I have a 5-gallon brain, and with my new job that I just started about 3 or 4 years ago, I kind of stopped working on motorcycles and I kind of got out of it altogether. Yeah, I still ride occasionally. My wife rides more than I do now, which is funny. But I've forgotten so much, and I didn't realize how much I forgot until a buddy of mine started talking about a VOES switch on his Evo, and I'm like, VOES switch? Holy shit! How does a VOES switch? What would that cause? Like, all that information was just gone, and it took me a few days of thinking about it before I could even remember anything about it. It's kind of funny. I chalk it up to having a 5-gallon brain, and I've been dumping 5 gallons of other shit into it the last few years. There's only so much space. Eventually it's going to spill out. Oh, come on, ref. Oh, you're in Indiana now. Sweet. Yeah. We're at in Indiana. Because actually, my parents, the hell, these are not all the same size. I thought these were all the same size. Oh, that's so not cool. Where do these long ones go? My parents are actually, well, you probably don't know exactly where they're at, but they're in the middle of Dayton and Cincinnati. I guess that would be the most easy landmarks to call. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So what the fuck were these two? Oh, those go. Okay. Okay. No, because that goes there. I don't know. Whatever. I'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm still one short with that length. Because the 1.5 goes into there. Oh, don't do that. Yeah, Evansville. I have no idea where Evansville is. Holy shit. So around Franklin, Ohio, then that's kind of between Cincinnati and Dayton. So you know Ohio. That's pretty funny because that's exactly where they have their house at. um, yeah, that's pretty damn funny that you would even know Franklin, Ohio. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Because that's always where I tell people when I tell them I have family in Ohio, they're like, oh, where at? And then I tell them and they have no idea where that is. So I always just say in the middle of Cincinnati and Dayton. Most people don't even know where Dayton is. They know Cincinnati, but they don't know Dayton. Did you have to look at a map to get that accurate, or do you just know the area? Ah, you're a trucker. So do you know that terrible truck stop? Oh my god, I forget what gas station is there now. But there's the one, oh, I want to say along 219. I think it's 219. There's only 2 exits for Franklin, Ohio there, and one is a truck stop. That truck stop makes me laugh. Because every time I go back there, there's always some freaking lady of the night walking through that parking lot. Oh, that's so funny. I kind of had a feeling you were a trucker when you actually knew where that freaking place was. So are you on the road now then? Because that's what I do. You know, I try to keep up to date with all my YouTube buddies, you know, guys that are running channels themselves. You know, I try to keep up to date with their stuff. And the only time I can really find time to do it is when I'm on the road. And I know that sounds horribly unsafe, but at least I can listen to what the hell's going on, what they're up to. So I don't feel like that much of a piece of crap, like I'm just completely ignoring them or something. It's just between work, editing videos, working on these, dealing with my wife's health issues. My plate is freaking full. It's overflowing with things I need to do. You're talking about the pivot? Yeah, the pilot station. That's what it is. Pilot. Talking about the pilot truck stop next to freeway exit. Yes. Oh, you're working on your axial wraith. Sweet. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Oh, that is so funny that you actually know exactly what place I'm talking about. I don't know why I find that so funny. I just do. Probably because that's the first time in my entire life anybody knew what the hell I was talking about. I think I put the wrong one. So where did my short one go? This has got to be the short one. There we go. Hey, look at that. That fits like a glove. Like it was meant to be. All right, so this was in that position. So this hot racing link has a bunch of, man, there's like metal shavings all over this desk, and it's like stabbing me in my stomach and in my hand. But the hot racing trailing arm here's got multiple places to be able to mount this shock. There are just way too many freaking options for somebody with my ADD OCD. So that only has one option, so I'm going to go with the stock setup position because reasons. I can always fine tune it later. So that would be that one right there, but so that's the very first position. Okay, I can live with that. Are you kidding me? That literally came out with just that little bit of backing. Holy shit. And of course it just flew way across my floor. Oh, that looks like a job for tomorrow. I'm not looking for that tonight. So is there... Interesting. So that goes straight into the carbon fiber. Wow. Maybe that's what this hardware is for, to replace the stock hardware. Definitely going to need the nuts because it doesn't screw into plastic anymore. Small world, bro. I deliver bulk alcohol about a half a mile from that truck stop. No shit. Bulk alcohol. As in like drinking alcohol? Or like laboratory isopropyl? It is definitely a small world. We moved here to Maryland from there, and you're familiar with that area. It was quite a culture shock, quite a culture change, um, to say the least. But yeah, so that fits pretty decently. But so when we first moved here, it was like we lived in Montgomery County, which is south of where I'm at now in Baltimore. And there are so many people there. Nobody knows each other there. Nobody knows anybody there except for like who they know. You feel very isolated there, even though there's like thousands of people everywhere you go. There's always like 100 people in 7-Eleven. But anyway, then we moved up here to Baltimore, and it was very strange because it's like everybody knows each other in Baltimore, some way, shape, or form. My buddy James, who he does the videos with me. He's always out with me and stuff. And I swear to God, we cannot go anywhere in the Baltimore area without him striking up a casual conversation with somebody and finding out how small Baltimore really is. With just basically somebody knows somebody who knows something. You know, like the Kevin Bacon 7 people removed or however that goes. Yeah, Baltimore, it's like 2. It's 2, hon. Ethyl alcohol. It's used in medicine and sanitation. Yeah, that's what I figured. I'm trying to think of what was there or what is there. So if it's a half mile down the street, I know they've built up a lot of stuff there over the last few years. I moved out of there or moved away from there. Jesus, freaking 25 years ago now. I mean, I go back there every couple of years, but they've made a lot of changes to that area, and I'm trying to think. Ethyl alcohol. Is the recycling plant still there in the middle of downtown? I'm trying to think of what you would be taking that alcohol to. That's the only thing I can think of. Because I remember that. I think it was a cardboard recycling place. That place stunk in the summertime. Pfizer. When the hell did Pfizer move into Franklin? That's interesting. I did not know that. Middle River. Yeah, I'm just north of Middle River. I've got friends that live down in Middle River. The custom shop I was at, you may know it. It was in Dundalk. It still is in Dundalk. They were on Wise Avenue, and then they relocated closer to another custom shop. And no, it wasn't Mobtown. It is a very, very small world. You are correct. It's kind of insane how small it is sometimes. I still can't believe Pfizer's in Franklin, Ohio. I guess real estate's really cheap there. I mean, that makes sense. My stepdad used to work up north in Fairborn. Well, he lived there. He did work at Wright Patterson for a while. And my mom worked down in Cincinnati, and that's where they met. And I'm trying to remember. I want to say it was NIOSH, but I don't think it was NIOSH. I don't think that's where she worked in Cincinnati. Maybe, but I don't really remember. Place I go to in the middle, Rice is Tilly's Chemicals. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Baltimore that I didn't realize. You know, when you look at Baltimore and you see how run down it is and how many freaking companies have just abandoned this place, I didn't realize how many things are still here in Baltimore. Like DeWalt, basically, because Black and Decker's headquarters are still here. So Black and Decker's here, so that means DeWalt's headquarters are here. There's just a lot of stuff in Baltimore still. The company I work for that I don't want to mention on YouTube is big giant international corporation as well. Not very publicly known, but deals with communications. I had no idea they were here till 4 years ago. But yeah, it amazes me how much industry is still here in Baltimore. A lot of stuff still gets imported here. A lot of people don't want to pay to have things shipped to Jersey or New York because it's so much more expensive. So it just makes more economical sense to have it shipped into Baltimore. So it sounds to me like you're picking it up from Baltimore area here and taking it to Ohio, which is funny. Very small world. Oh, I'm almost done here. Really, really gotta try to get some sleep tonight. Dying. How do I have two 1.5s? I don't even know how that's possible. There's only one in the kit. I think I got my buddies here. Okay. So I'm gonna need a new nut here. I'm in the wrong spot, jackass. You over here. There we go. So the real question is, with this trailing arm, do I need to put that same piece that was in the stock one? That's the real question. Because it would make sense for strength in this carbon fiber. But I don't know. I think I'm going to just do it anyway. Because I've got this piece here that sits into this original trailing arm, and then there's nothing in here except this carbon fiber strip. I think I'm going to put it in there just to kind of give it some more strength. Yeah, I'll bet it pays good money, man. You know, a lot of people under my my grandmother and my, I guess you call him step grandfather, they were truckers for years. I think it's an industry and an occupation that gets overlooked a lot. I think there's still a stereotypical opinion most people have about truckers. Same kind of goes for bikers too. Yeah, but they made good money and they got to see the country. I'd rather do that than sit in a freaking cubicle all day. Almost 4 hours. I don't know. Can I make it to 4.5? All right, where did that piece go? Okay. Clearly, I already took it out. So where did it go? Oh, it's still in here. It didn't fall out. You bastard. Oh, I'm still mad. I gotta find that freaking screw that flew across my room. Oh, that means this has got to be looser. It's always fun doing something for the first time, working on something. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, I have no frame of reference. It's like a freaking adventure. Oh, so I got to put this on like this first before I can get to that. Okay. Oh, wow. I'm kind of regretting trying to put this in here already. Okay, that hole it is. Oh, wait, that's too big. No, it'll work. I'll make that work. So I still have 2 more. So it looks like they wanted you to do that anyway. I own my own big rig, long nose Pete. That's another company in Baltimore, Peterbilt. I pass by them every day on 95. The green arms are looking cool with the black and gray. Yeah, that's why I went with them. It was that or green, or I'm sorry, that or blue. That was the only 2 options I had, and yeah, I'm glad I went with the green. I think the green looks way better than the blue would have. All right, all right, all right. Oh, come on, don't be a punk ass. Well, you know you want to. My lights are flickering an awful lot tonight. I don't know if the camera's picking that up, but it seems to be a bit excessive. But worse than normal. Getting closer and closer. I can feel the end is near. Yeah, I'm going to have to Loctite these for sure down the road here before I actually get it out. Content with that. Someone's exploding my phone again. Oh, look at that. I swear it's my elbow. It's not me. So what is going on with this? These nuts should fit into this groove and it's not. There you go. What's nice about these arms, I don't know if you can see this, but if you look here, so the nuts for the shock bolts or the shock screws here actually sit nice and recessed in there. Kind of drops in there and holds it. You don't have to get something on the back here while you're screwing it in. It actually drops in pretty nice. I like that. Hot racing may be more expensive than other stuff, but at least they engineer their stuff fairly well most of the time. They actually put some thought into their design. I'll definitely give them that. I don't think it always justifies the cost of it versus other stuff, but at least they seem to care about their shit. Talking about shocks earlier, best shocks I found for the Bomber are the Proline Power Strokes. Yeah, I've heard a couple people talk about really liking those. I like Proline shocks. On my X-Max, I'm running Proline dual rate springs. And my SCX 10-2's got Proline dual rate springs. I wouldn't mind trying a set of Power Strokes. Yeah, new tires suck. That's what I was doing earlier. But yeah, I wouldn't mind trying a pair of Powerline shocks. Proline shocks. I don't know why I said Powerline. Delirium. That's my excuse. All right, so man, it does suck trying to get this extra piece in here, though. Like, really sucks. Bought those new OT6 USD 2.2 tires. Things are gnarly looking. Who was it? It was either Roadside RC or damn, who was it? Maybe RC Propaganda. I think it was RC Propaganda. It just got a set of those as well. Maybe. Although it may have been Roadside RC. I don't know. They both just recently did tire reviews. And one of them had those OT6s. And I thought they looked pretty good. But I don't remember how they did, to be honest. I was more focused on the one was the Duratrex was the better performer, and the other one was a Intercoast Super Swampers. Why won't this go in here? Why do you gotta be a pain in the ass? Just let me move on with life. There we go. Anyway, the Duratrex worked a lot better than I thought they would. I forget which ones they were. Frontier or something? I don't even remember. But yeah, the odd sixes I do remember performed very well. I just don't remember who did what video. Oh, don't do that. This is why nobody likes you, screw. Or right there. Why do you have to be this way? Ah, there we go. Just needed a little bit of persuasion. Yeah, I think that's too long. Definitely grabbed the wrong screw. But I thought that was the same one that came out. Maybe it wasn't. Nope, that was too short, so it was that one. Oh well. I bought the greens, a little longer wearing and still nice and soft for gripping. So is that how they rate them, by color? I guess like compound. I guess kind of like the arm infraction hoons. Because now they got three. I think it's white, gold, and shit. I'm too tired to remember. But they have three compounds of the hoons now for the infraction. And they use colors to. The only problem with this little channel in here is getting the damn nut lined up right. Because it's aluminum. So it will kind of go in a little messed up and kind of tear some stuff up if you're not careful. Come on. Don't be like this. Oh my god, what the hell? Oh, you're killing me. Fine, we'll come down here just so I can turn it that much. Yeah, I got a feeling this aluminum is not going to look very pretty for very long. There we go. Better take some pictures of it before I take it out for the first time. Oh man, you remember when it used to look good? Okay, shocks mounted. Trailing arms are mounted. Tires are mounted. Upper rear links are mounted. Goofy sway bar is mounted but needs tweaking. These are definitely going to need some blue Loctite before I take these out. These trailing arms for sure. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. Like the way that looks. Like the way that looks a lot, especially with that carbon fiber look. I think it looks awesome. I don't know if that's focused very well or not, but it looks pretty good. The light really hits that carbon fiber and throws it right into the camera. Makes it hard to see. Well, at least from my perspective here, it does. All right, so why do I feel like I'm missing? Because I got to put these back. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 on the other side. I got 2 here. Everything's got a squeak, man. That's funny. I feel like I'm on a whoopee cushion. I don't think you own a Shelf Queen, laugh out loud. Definitely better than the blue ones. Yeah. Yeah, I to be honest, I just wanted bare aluminum, but when I saw the green ones, I was just like, ooh, that's freaking cool looking. I like it. But as for Shelf Queens, you know, it's funny. My infraction has turned into a Shelf Queen. For some reason, I have no desire to take it out. I just love staring at it up on my shelf, and I'm not even joking. I don't know if you're familiar with any of our other videos or anything, but we have a lot of infraction run videos, and this is still brand new. I've only taken the body off of it once to do something, and every time I stare at it, I want to take it out, but I don't. Why? I haven't figured it out yet. Because I really wanted to when we first got it. I really, really wanted to go and rip it around a parking lot. And I just haven't. It's very strange. Very, very strange. I think it has some kind of sentimental value to me. So we have a really awesome local hobby shop, and when the infraction came out, the day it was released, we knew it was coming out ahead of time, and the local hobby shop said, you know, when it comes out, I want you guys to take it out and run it. And you know, this is like when I first started the channel, and I had no idea what the hell I was doing with the channel. I had no idea what direction I was taking it or what I was going to do with it. And here's this hobby shop that says, here, take out this infraction. Okay. Do you want us to be gentle with it? He's like, no, I want you to burn the frickin' tires off of it. Yeah, I can do that. We can do that. So James ended up driving the car while I was chasing around it with the camera, you know, going in circles. I got sick because we had a very small spot, and I started getting sick just going in circles, chasing this frickin' infraction around. and I threw the video together literally in about 15 minutes because I wanted to get it uploaded as soon as possible because nobody else had any footage of it like that. And so that was our first demo. And that was our first successful video that I ever uploaded. And it's the only one that's gotten above 10,000 views. So every time I look at that infraction, I don't want to take it out. I just stare at it. I don't know why. It probably has something to do with that. It's a very meaningful truck to our channel here. So I have a lot of sentimental attachment to it, I guess. I don't want to take it out. I'll eventually take it out. I'll eventually rip the frickin' wheels off of it, but at the moment, that's where she sits. Yeah, I've watched a lot of the other vids. That infraction body is way cool looking. Yeah, I really love it. I've loved it ever since it came out. And then they were on back order forever. We tried to get the owner to sell us the one that we demoed, and he paid for it out of pocket. You know, that's how we get a lot of our demos is he pays for them, you know, and then they become his personal cars. It's not like, you know, it's complicated, but it's not like we're getting the demos with an expectation of showing it more favorably than it is. But yeah, we tried to get him to sell us that that infraction, and he wouldn't do it. He I don't know why. He just wouldn't sell it to us. So we ordered two. I ordered one for me, one for James. James ended up paying for that one for me because when I was out, you know, he didn't know what basher he wanted next, and I was telling him get the Creighton. And he's like, I don't know, because he's really frustrated about his Revo 2.0, and so I ended up just ordering him a damn Creighton, a 6S V3, and sent it to his house. And he gets it in the mail and he opens it up and he goes, "What the fuck is this? I can't believe you ordered a Creighton. Didn't you just get the Outcast?" I said, "Yeah, I did, and the Creighton's yours." So he always felt weird about that. So he ended up paying for the infraction. We always swap parts and stuff. You know, I'll buy something and end up giving it to him. He'll end up buying something and giving it to me. It's kind of like a weird. I really hate this. I really do. I feel like I'm sitting on a whoopee cushion. But yeah. So the infraction is just kind of. It's just kind of sitting there unused as my shelf queen at the moment, but not just because I think it looks cool. I think there's just a lot more going on with it than I just want to stare at it because I think it's cool looking. It's very strange. No lie, you have two infractions and one's a shelf queen. Yeah, they're getting harder to find too. I think they're still on back order, to be honest. I don't see them become available anytime soon either. Every time we take the other one out, we end up hitting a curb or a tree or something. Usually a curb. Plus, I don't mind letting James run his infraction, and all the mistakes he makes I'll learn from when it comes to upgrades and such. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything. I don't think I did, but I think you're right. I think I'm going to end up taking the spare tire off because the more I look at it, the more I'm not digging it. I kind of wanted to run it just to see how bad it was. I think that extra hardware was from the hot racing kit, so I didn't miss anything because it's 4 and 4, and I replaced these 4, so these are there. All right, so I'm not missing anything. I hate when I have leftover parts. Luckily, I only have leftover parts because I had additional parts from the hot racing kit. So out with the plastic. So this is what I put on. I don't know if you were watching earlier or paying attention, but yeah, these are the intercos. We've had a lot of success with these. Really digging them. So far, so good with them. But I think this is going to look good. Once I get her all in, start squaring her away. Yeah, I got the light bar because I'm kind of wanting to do some night crawling videos. I got some LED battery powered portable lights. I'm thinking about setting them up along the trail at night. Yeah, man. I mean, that's the way I roll. Go tear your shit up so I can see what not to do. Yeah, I mean, come on. And that's the other funny thing. When I got the SCX-10 he didn't want to get the same truck, so he ended up getting the Trail Walker because he wanted a different truck. He didn't want to have 2 of the same truck, and so he kept buying all these upgrades and stuff because he just can't let anything sit for a few minutes. But I would sit there and I'd look at something online and be like, you know what? I'd like to try that with the SCX-10 but we'll see. The next thing I know, he ordered it for the Trail Walker, and then I would just sit around and wait. And sure enough, like a few weeks to a month later, he'd be like, yeah, I got rid of that, and I'm going to try this now. Oh, yeah? What are you going to do with that? You going to, kind of like the kid, I kind of feel like Joe Dirt sometimes. You going to eat that? Yeah, I wait for him to mess some stuff up. Yeah, I mean, he's in on it too. He calls himself the research and development department of the channel. He can't let anything sit. He's got to change stuff all the time. Which is cool because it brings a lot of variety to the stuff that we do, or at least it gives us a lot more experience working on certain things, dealing with a lot of different stuff. So that way, when people ask us our opinions, at least we have an informed decision. Oh my God, I can't believe these didn't grip. You got to be shitting me. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. What the? This is why I hate these plastic pieces of crap. That one came apart too. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, well, I ain't messing with it tonight. Oh, screw these wheels. I'm going back to my aluminum ones. But at least I can see what it all looks like together. Yeah, these plastic beadlocks are garbage. I hate them. Like the Super Swampers 2, they look great and on the rocks in Indy. Yeah, we have a lot of rocks, a lot of moss covered rocks and wet stuff, wet creeks, things that are giant creeks that they call rivers here in Maryland. Like, you call that a river? That's just a creek where I came from. Yeah, I mean, I can see how unbalanced this is just by holding it here with that wheel being mounted back there. It's fairly balanced here, but if I just go just a little bit back to the road, that's a lot of weight back there. And it doesn't go crashing forward like that in the front. Like, I really have to... Yeah, I'm thinking with these new intercos on here, that wheel's got to go. Like, right now. Right now has to go. Not 5 minutes from now, but right now. Woo! Especially not having an actual spare. I understand why they do that, but it still annoys me. Uh-oh. Thinking battery's dying. I think I charged up the other one. Definitely dead. To the charger rack for you. Yeah, that looks a lot better. The only reason I wanted to keep this thing on here, to be honest, is I thought it would kind of act like a bumper for the rear. But it is a lot of weight just hanging on the back there. I think the way that we drive our stuff, it's just going to cause more problems than solve them. So it's coming off. I can't believe I'm going to have to redo 2 of those tires. I haven't even taken it out yet. I am not a fan of those plastic beadlocks because, so these have a very thin sidewall and a very thin lip. They're not very meaty, and these Pro lines are very beefy. Yes, I said they are very beefy lips. But they don't like to go in to these stock plastic wheels. Mike Fontenot. Mike Fontenot or Mike Fontenot? Either way, I hope I pronounced it right one of those times. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, right now. Not 2 minutes from now. Right now, that had to go. It looked that bad with these Super Swampers on here. Yeah, that looks better. I mean, it's still just, to me, just like the capper, having no body panel back here. Has always looked strange. Because you got the body panel up here. Because you got the body panel here, you got the top, you got the sides, and then it's just like bare nakedness. It's just has a bare ass. To me, it just seems strange. Same thing with this now. Got all this body stuff and then just a bare ass hanging back here. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I find that aesthetically strange. Maybe that's the other reason I kind of wanted to keep the tire on. But whatever. It's gone. It's over. Goodbye. So I said it right the second time. So that would be Michael Fontenot. Fontenot. Just cut it off, then it won't be hanging, yeah, off naked. Thought about it. Awesome. So how are you doing tonight, Michael? I'm trying to read and look at some stuff here on my TV. So I got my camera over here, I got my laptop here, and I got my TV over there, so I kind of lose track of what I'm talking to. Because I can't read the chat messages on my laptop screen. It's too small. My eyes are not terrible, but they're not that great. But I can read them over here on the thing. Then the problem is I keep thinking I'm talking through my laptop camera, even though I got a camera over there. Kind of spastic like that. Oh, just chilling, watching me work. Awesome. Well, I am almost done with the work. I think these beadlocks just very much frustrated me here at the end. I don't want to have to take these back off. I mean, and this one's messed up too. You know, and I triple checked them, and then just playing with them, they started coming undone. And I can't tighten the screws any more than they already are, so I don't understand. So I'm going to call it quits on that. I'll deal with that another day. But the important thing is I got my sway bar on. It seems to be fairly functional. It seems off kilter to me, but that just might be the way it is. But I got my sway bar on. I got my lower links on. My trailing arms. I got the upper links on in the rear. Got my links in the front all done, including the steering link. So Sway 66, you said you were working on your Wraith. Is it a Spawn or a 1.9? I don't remember. I think you just said a Wraith. Yeah, you know, it's funny you say that because I just started recently uploading in 4K, and because I just got a smart TV. I never had 4K before, and I've always captured in 4K, but I've always rendered in 1080 because most people are watching on their cell phone. So I never saw the point in uploading in 4K. The files are twice as big, and it takes me twice as long to render them when I'm finished. Then I find out that YouTube ranks your video higher if it's in 4K. So then when I finally got a smart TV, I got it in 4K, and I was able to see my own stuff in 4K for the first time ever. And that's kind of how I watch YouTube now, is on my smart TV. I don't really watch it too much on my phone unless I'm in the car. It's kind of funny. So the 2.2, did you replace these front ends, these drive shafts in the front? Did you get rid of the dog bones yet? Because we had, when we first got the 2.2, the very first time we took it out, the steering bound up like that, and we thought it was the servo, and it, when it tried to go back, it cooked the servo and it cooked the ESC. Then later, all of a sudden, it was fine. We thought that the servo basically bound up internally there. And then it did it again and fried another frickin' cheap servo. So luckily that time I actually caught it. I saw it out of the corner of my eye when we were messing around with it in the dark in the driveway, and the dog bone popped out of the cup and got stuck, and that's what was causing the binding. And then when the steering would try to pull it back, there was nothing wrong with the servo, but it would basically burn itself out trying to pull it back to center. So, long story short, if you haven't yet, I would highly recommend changing these to the HD CV drive shafts. Get rid of those dog bones, because they bind up, even with the endpoints, because you still get, bump steer and stuff. Yeah, dog bones gotta go. Yeah, absolutely. I try to tell everybody that who says they got a Wraith 2.2-inch Spawn or Rock Racer, because yeah, we went through two servos and an ESC. Just because of that is ridiculous. Where was I? What was I checking next? Oh, yeah. Back to the lights. I may get that. I don't know yet. Yeah, why not? I'll go ahead and mount it. Be one less thing for me to do over the weekend. Oh, I see you. My spacer tried to run away. Like I said, my eyes aren't that bad. I just can't read text messages on the screen. Thank God. The rest of my family's blind. I don't know what's going on up there. Fun fact, living in Baltimore. One of my favorite things to do is sit out and smoke cigarettes on my porch and play the always fun game. Is that bullets or are those fireworks? Oh, sometimes I wonder. Oh, I remember this. This sucks. This gasket really doesn't like to sit inside this cap. Receiver top. Right, where is my... This should be the top one. Don't you fall. So this comes with that new smart receiver. I don't know if anybody else noticed this, but These JST plugs do not like to freaking fit in here at all. It's like, why do I have to apply that much pressure to pull this thing out of here? I just pulled up the entire receiver trying to get this unplugged. You gotta be kidding me. See, I knew I should have quit, and I decided to go ahead and try to mount the light too. Now I'm paying for it. Good God, man, let the plug go. Holy Christ. Are you serious? I mean, what the hell? You gotta pull pliers out just to get a damn plug out. That's just ridiculous. Oh, it's too short. I had to pull out the angry pliers. Oh my God, it still won't come out. Jesus. Yeah, that's what you get with the new smart receiver, by the way. And the sad thing is, I shaved that down with a razor to be able to get it to fit in there. And it didn't go in there that ridiculously difficult. I would have shaved it more. But yeah, it just ripped up the entire receiver. Tape and all. Oh, it's good times. That's okay. We'll just stuff her right back in there. Oh. On to the new lights. The one that's more politically correct these days. You can't have a police bar hanging there. Even if it is a joke. So, this is going to have to get shaved as well. Yeah, I don't understand if these receivers are supposed to take this plug, why do I have to shave the corners off to get it to fit? That just doesn't make any sense to me. Somebody's not communicating to somebody somewhere about the specifications of this freaking plug. Oh, just for good measure, I think I'm going to take a little bit more material off of it this time around. Yeah, I don't understand why I have to do this. This should just fit. It's not like it has that tab that you usually have to cut off. You know, we've all come across that, but this, I mean, why don't, it's the same shape. There's no tab there. It just doesn't fit. Don't make any sense. Makes no sense to me. Man, my laptop is getting hot over there. I don't know what's going on with it. Freaking fan keeps going into overdrive. Oh, that won't fit. Oh, all right. And we got a light. Is it going to sing and dance? Oh, look at that. Oh, give me a freaking seizure. So this light basically does everything that the police light does, except it's white and it's not blue and red. So you won't get shot rolling it down the street. Am I allowed to say that? I don't know. I don't want to offend anybody. Or maybe I do. All right, so that works. I can pull that out. Get this stupid cat back on here. 10 wires in the way. Oh, you know what? I forgot my flux capacitor. Do I even have room for that in there? Yes, I noticed with the crawlers, especially with the brush motors, I started using these. The SPM 1600 voltage protector. I stick that in there in the receiver box into the battery slot because the servo or the LEDs, especially when you hit the servo, the LEDs like to flicker. And with lights like this that have multiple options, instead of just turning on and turning back off, they cycle through different functions. And it gets annoying. Because if you just want it on all the time and you hit your servo and all of a sudden it's like strobing, it's just annoying. And you hit your servo again and then it's like pulsating. It's like, come on, man. Just pick one and stay with it. So it causes just enough of a voltage disruption to send the whatever control unit they have inside that LED to go bonkers. And just do whatever it does. So do I have enough room for that? Yeah, I got enough room in there. Yeah, exactly, man. It's like, you know, we made jokes about it, I don't know, a couple months ago when we got it. We actually had it we actually had it mocked up to the infraction. Another light bar. The same blue and red, and we were having fun chasing other cars down the street of our neighborhood. And it's like I think about doing that now, and I just think about how irritated or angry everybody will get. So I just stay away from it. But it was fun. Not gonna lie. So the real question is that how they want me to put that in there? Oh yeah, that makes sense. So I'm gonna have to shave this sucker down too. Oh my god. These freaking plugs, man. I don't get it. Why, oh why, oh why? time is it? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I gotta call it quits after I get done with this. I still gotta work tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be an easy day. All right. We are in the auxiliary. Oh no, this is the battery. The light is an auxiliary. Which I guess if it's in the auxiliary on the smart receiver, I think I can use that third channel to actually turn the light on and off, maybe? Maybe if the light actually had a toggle. Instead of a momentary switch, that would work. What the hell? But yeah, this light uses a momentary switch, so I don't think it would work with the receiver like that. Oh my god, this thing is so frustrating. There we go. Okay, glitch buster is in. Light is in. Now I get to try to get this gasket back together. Yeah, it doesn't want to stay. You know what? I'm just not even going to use it. I'm not taking this thing in water. Not yet, anyway. All right, new light installed. Well, wired up anyway. No. So I'm still running the stock ESC on this and the stock motor until I get a Hobby Wing 1080. So those are becoming harder and harder to find. I mean, they still have them on Amazon, but like the wait period is ridiculous. Take all your spare parts, build an RC, and punt. Yeah. Mount the cop light to and send it into the shit neighborhood. You know, that's what I said I was gonna do originally with it, but I was advised not to do it. So by somebody smarter than myself. So I'm not doing it. All right, so if you do end up getting one of these lights, it will fit. It's basically just a common sense RC. and it's a 5.6-inch light bar. And it'll fit right here between this, but it's a little tight and it doesn't have the greatest. You got the 3 posts coming together, so it's not very flush fit. So I found these little spacers. I had them laying around, and I used those to give the mount something a little more square and flush to sit to, because these spacers fit perfectly into this little recessed screw head area. Like, almost like it was all meant to be like that, if you can see that. I don't want it to fall out, but you see that? It fits in there nice and tight, so into that little recessed area. Gives the light something nice and solid to mount to, as opposed to 3 different angles here. But it is just a hair too narrow. So I basically just reshape it slightly, just so I have enough clearance to clamp down, or to get it over the spacers so I can clamp down on it. Yeah, I don't know if you'd call it a shoulder spacer, but it's basically just a little spacer. See if I can get it to actually focus. This camera has not been very happy with stuff close up today. It's basically just a little spacer. I think I picked these up at the hobby shop. Focus. You can do it. Stop focusing on me. Nobody wants to see me right now. Oh my God. It's freaking terrible. Anyway, yeah, it's like it's in like permanent focus mode. Ordinarily, it kind of adjusts. I mean, it's adjusting the lighting, but it's refusing to Oh, there it went. Kind of. You can do it. Is this facial recognition software if I go over here? Anyway, whatever. It's they come in different lengths. These are the shorter ones. Yeah, see, I've got some longer ones. I've got some medium-sized ones. So basically, I've got short, small, and medium. Oh, look at that. It almost focused. But I use the shorter ones for this. I just pick them up at the hobby shop. I have no idea what they call them. I just know that I can use them for lots of different things. When I went to go do the world's fastest crawler competition entry for Driftomaniacs, I had to mount the trans higher in the Wraith 19, so I basically got a bunch of these, and that's how I was able to get the trans exactly where I needed it to be. I still failed, but I didn't. I could have done a lot better if I had the time to properly adjust everything to where I needed it to be. I'm not saying I would have won, but I would have had a much better time entry. I was kind of disappointed. In short, I basically took a BLX brushless system 3S. I think it was 3S. Did I put 3S in, or was it 4S? I don't remember. But I basically connected it direct drive to the transmission straight off the BLX system, the motor. And I thought I was going to get a lot better speed than I did. I was actually very disappointed with the final speed I got. I want that wire to come on the inside, not the outside. I don't want the wire hanging on the outside to get destroyed and ripped off. Yeah, see, if you don't have to pull the tabs out very far at all. Just a slight angle like that will give you enough room to be able to get these smaller spacers in here to be able to mount this on here. Nice. It actually works really, really nicely. Because the only other way to mount this thing is if you use these terrible brackets where you basically have to drill another hole, 2 more holes into something to mount these things. So maybe this will focus. Maybe this is big enough. So the only other way to mount it is to use these 2 things. So you got to drill 2 more holes here and then 2 more holes here. And then you mount it to that thing. And that's what I did on this body here. So you see what I'm talking about. You have to use 4 different mounting points or 4 different holes to be able to get it to mount. And I never really liked that. The light worked great. Oh yeah, just throw shit everywhere. But I was never really happy with the way it mounted. The fact that I can mount this here to this, and you can see I got a nice flush. It still has room to, like, if I roll it over, it's not going to just rip off in theory. But it's nice. It doesn't interfere with the clamping force for the frame. By mounting it there. It just sits very nice. Maybe I can get it to focus. Yeah, see the spacers in there? Right along the frame. It's perfect. Like it was meant to be there. I'm digging it. So now I got my lights. I got my rock lights. I got my light bar. I got my tail lights. We're coming together. I think just a few more things and I'm ready to actually take it out for its first run. Getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, like I said, I'm just going to run it stock until I start having issues with anything, and then I'll start changing stuff. But it is almost 1 a.m. so I gotta get going. Like I said, I still gotta work tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be a short, easy day. But yep, I'm digging it. Very much so. Yeah, when I do the first run video, I'll go over everything that I've done. Probably with a parts list. Yeah. I'm still not 100% happy with that sway bar. It's the back end just seems odd now that I put it on there. Like, it's not sitting right. Yeah, I don't know. I'll play around with it and tweak it down the road. Dynamic adhesion. What are you doing up? Isn't it past your bedtime? That's a bright light bar. Was that a 2 or 3S battery? That was a 3S battery. I have a 2S battery too. I'm actually going to be running this off of a 2S battery. This was one of the E-flights that I had that I originally got for the Capra. And it kind of it scared me. It actually vented. Like, I could smell a really sweet smell on the one that's sitting out in the yard. Because it just didn't have enough nuts to push the 80 amp ESC. So now I use the other one that didn't vent itself as kind of a test battery. But this is going to be the battery that I'm going to be running this off of for now until I find a 3S battery. It's just a 5200 50C. Nothing special. I mean, it'll run a long time on it. But as far as 3S batteries, this pushes more amperage than any of the other 3S batteries I have at the moment for crawlers. So I'll probably stick with this for a while. The 2S. Because it'll have more amperage, but being a 2S, it'll have lower motor RPM. But it fits so damn perfect in there. I mean, after dealing with the Capra crap, trying to find a battery that fit, this battery fits so nice in there. I mean, like it was meant to be there. So I'm going to stick with it for now. Sway 66 trailing arm. What did I call it again? Did I call it the wrong thing again? I wouldn't be surprised. To me, it's all links. I don't know. It's rear links. This is trailing arm, but it's still a link, technically. When I hear trail and suspension, I think of rake and trail. Yeah. I'm used to motorcycle suspension. I'm not used to even scale suspension for four-wheel drives. It's still a learning experience for me. So, Steven, are you still on here? Isn't it past your bedtime? Of course, you would come in just as I'm getting ready to sign off. I think he went away. I think I scared dynamic adhesion away. That's okay. Yeah, he's actually a local dude. Steven. He's a pretty cool guy. You should check out his website or his YouTube channel. Does some really cool stuff. He doesn't upload a whole lot of stuff. He posts more on Instagram. But anyway, I gotta go. I am already completely delirious, and I probably shouldn't be playing with power tools or anything else anymore for the night. So I'm out of here. I think I'm done with the bomber for upgrades, unless I pick up some new 2.2s, some aluminum wheels, which I might do because I like the way these stock ones look, but they're plastic, and I don't like the way they grip these meteor wheels. They're not gripping very well at all, to say the least. I mean, these were fine, and then when I squeeze them, look at this. This one was fine, and I just squeezed it a little bit. Look at that, done. So I'm probably gonna look for some new beadlocks, and that makes me really sad because I spent a lot of time putting that on, but I'd rather have it fail here on the bench than when I have it out. But I think I'm done with this for now. I'm gonna move on to something else. I have a whole bunch of stuff I need to update or replace on the SCX-10 II. It's had a very rough 6 months, to say the least. So I may start doing that, and then I got some stuff to do with the oh yeah, my Outcast. I got a motor mount to do for my Outcast. I got to replace some blown out tires. Oh, and then we're thinking about doing a ECX Torment, a stock system. We're thinking about putting a 3S BLX system in it, just to see what'll happen. I'm curious to see what'll happen. I think lots of broken driveline parts, but I could be mistaken. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight, Sway66, and everybody else that's still here, and to everybody else that stopped by in general. It's greatly appreciated. I think I'm going to start doing these Thursday evenings like this. This time I actually kind of scheduled it into my life the best I could. I kind of wanted to go on a little bit earlier. I wanted to go on around 4, but this will probably be about the same time, give or take. Definitely Thursdays. But so yeah, next Thursday, I'm going to come up with a few things that I need to get done. If we go bashing this Sunday, we will definitely have more things that need to get done. But that's kind of what I want to do with these live streams, is just go through some of the stuff that we do and spend some FaceTime on the camera, interacting with people. Since our videos, we don't really spend a whole lot of time FaceTime in front of the camera. I find that weird. I don't like it. I already feel weird enough just hanging out here. So trying to intentionally put myself into a video is very foreign. But anyway, I'm going to stop babbling. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out tonight. Oh, what the hell? Don't do that. All right, Mike Fontenot. Hopefully I got that right again. And I think Dynamic is gone. I had some questions for him, but I'll talk to him tomorrow. Yeah, so I'm out of here. And yeah, it'll be next Thursday, probably around the same time. Somewhere between 4 and 7 is when I'll start. As long as everything goes well in my life, which it may not. You never know. But anyway, thanks for hanging out, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. have a awesome weekend, and I hope your week goes well next week as well. And I will catch you later.